Bro, oh, I forgot we just got here.
Yeah. Yeah. So we gotta do this. Yesterday when I was with my friend, you alright?
Yeah, fucking dry cough.
We were eating our lunch outside. It was really cold, but I ended up, like, once we were almost done, I looked at this dog because this couple was sitting with their dog, and I realized that the dog was looking directly at me. And you know how dogs do when you're eating something?
Yes, they just stare at you and turn their head or like
Entire.
twitch their ears and shit.
Yeah, and then just stare directly at you. It was so
Yes.
funny. I started laughing. He's like, "What are you laughing at?" And then I just couldn't. I had something in my mouth so I could say, but I was like, "Oh my god!" And then immediately I started thinking of crumbs,
Oh,
crumbs.
girl. True.
But it
That's
was it was like a white Yorkie, and it was nowhere near me. But still, crumbs. And then I just noticed all the pigeons nearby too.
oh my god.
All of them were just like looking up at me. I'm like, bro,
From from.
bro. God. Bro, please, bro. It's not that serious. You'll have something to eat later. Oh, there's a flying Val.
I see that.
Hello?
Oh, the tree blocked me.
Die, punk ass bitch. Oh wow, it had some fine diesel.
Oh wow.
Oh wait,
Oh,
I finally got one. Damn.
yeah.
I just
I
realized.
had that for the longest. I think I started with it.
Yeah. I was like, why is there an arrow twitching out next to me? It was just you. I did a jump slash, but oh nice, backswing. What is oh my
Oh
god.
my god, it's a lion. Dodged and you still got hit. Are you proud of yourself?
I got a cheap hit off. Yay. Where's my point downwards? Why don't they fucking have that?
Do I have it equipped? Yeah, I do.
You do have it. Oh my god, this fucking item. I hate this item so much.
Yeah, same.
Did we get every item?
I think so.
That was the quickest we've ever done that.
Yeah, it was a bunch of dumbass enemies.
Non-colossal enemies. Well, I mean, there's
Minus the
two.
lion.
Remember when the stupid like sniper, long ass snake, not snake, but like insect sniper?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Terrifying.
There's no escape. Once yours
Imagine
is
playing
mine.
Explore say that.
I know. Damn.
He drops. Oh, I got it. Miss. This one? Both 2,000 plus one? I think we already have that. I think we should go this way first.
Chicken tendies.
Yep. Why are they called tenders? I still don't
What's
understand.
that?
Corned tendy? Alright, I'm gonna get the grace. You can go the other way if you want.
Damn.
That's not where the grace is.
Oh, is your character doing the thing where it touched air instead of
He just
space?
turned around, even though the grace is in front of him.
Good.
I like how the music was nice and then it's just this again.
Yeah. Clean rot bruised. There's a plant.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, you finally got me hit. Are you happy now? Move.
Fucking mushroom head. Oh no, it's
time. Oh wait, we don't even need to do it because we can. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Did you just see me walk up it?
Yeah, you can kind of do that.
What the fuck? Wait, how did I do that?
I think it was because I pushed you. Why are there rocks behind you? What the fuck?
What the fuck? I was
like they didn't.
I walked up.
They didn't even bother calling any of that. Good job.
Wait, what?
Like if you angle your camera right here, you can see rocks on the outside. They didn't call it.
Oh yeah, interesting. What the fuck? How did I walk up here?
Let me see if I can push you. Damn.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh,
no, that was how.
This is like my favorite spot in the entire fucking game.
It's so stupid. You just get stuck floating.
This is my favorite spot in the entire game.
Oh
my god. Alright, well. Oh shit.
No. Fuck.
You can do it.
There we go.
You can do it. Yeah. Where's the cheer emote? I needed that.
There's like 5 of them for whatever reason.
The one where you raise both fists into the air. Oh my god, no, not the Kingdom Hearts BBS camera.
This one?
Yeah, where they turn the camera around the thing for no reason. Is there anything down there that we haven't already gotten?
I don't think so. I think we did everything.
Cool, then we can just work down this way.
Sail river downstream. You see something?
Wait, this isn't where we're supposed to go.
No, it's not. This is the wrong race.
Whoops.
Whoa. Oh, nice. I installed the quest log mod because it's funny. And there's the fucking screaming guy, and it just says too angry to die. You encountered a yelling hurt man named Egon. Curse you, Vale. Is in the end. You defeated Vale alongside Egon. Where the fuck is Vale?
I feel like we already fought him.
Oh right, yeah, we fought him at the very beginning, right?
Yes.
And we kind of punked him.
I was like, ugh.
I think did we first try him or like second try?
We did it first try.
Like, it's not that bad. He's just another dragon.
I feel like you died though during that. I swear that something happened where I was like,
yeah, he killed me at the end, I think. Oh, I remember. I think I got clipped by like lightning or something.
It was some bullshit.
It was really dumb.
I was like, see. I remember that. I remember feeling like that.
It was really dumb because I don't even think I was near it, and it just Kingdom Hearts to me. It was just like you die.
I can't stand that fight. least favorite parts in this game.
Burger King, man, must die.
Burger King must die. Terrible restaurant.
True. I like their
Ugh.
fries and their chicken sandwich though.
I think the only thing I liked about them was their toys, and that's it.
Oh,
I think they had some good toys back in the day.
And like hot take, but I like their nuggets and their sauces better than McDonald's.
Aren't the nuggets super small though?
They are, but
oh my god.
The reason why I like the sauce at least is because unlike McDonald's, it's real. Like I had their barbecue sauce and it was like an actual barbecue sauce, and I looked at the ingredients. There was no high fructose corn syrup. Meanwhile, McDonald's had so much of it for no fucking reason.
What is I hear something stomping around?
Okay.
Oh, you into the other room.
Freaking asshole.
Where are you?
I'm checking the back over here. I don't think there's anything in here, right? Like on this side. Oh, there is. Root resin. Don't even bother. Is that a Val?
I see a fireball.
There's a Val, I think, in there. Unless I heard him.
Wait, where are you?
There is a
you're
Val.
behind me.
Annihilate charge.
Yep. Yep, that's basically you.
Yeah. Kill.
Kill.
And then Cage just shot him.
Oh, I did hear something thick in here. What the fuck? How did I not see this guy? I was looking all over. I was like, I don't see anybody.
Oh, he's dead.
Where the hell is he? I think there's an item in here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. Kinda glad we skipped this.
Yeah, this is kind of trash so far. This is definitely a fool's choice.
Yep. What's the ball? Oh, must be at the top of the stairs.
Yeah. That's an 8, right?
2.
2.
Worm. Tapeworm.
I saw,
Oh.
Oh wait, I think I told you about the bugger video, right?
Yeah. Told me this morning briefly before your mom was like, K-Train, I need you to come with me to the bank and write the thing and do laundry.
Yep.
Like, oh brother.
Time.
That really was just a throw your hands in the air moment.
Yeah.
The fuck was that?
Ooh, 9. You know what it was.
Oh, is that Handsy?
Yep. I just don't know where he is, but... Oh my god, there's so many ghost Loveworts around.
I think he's inside the room.
Me too. There's nothing back.
Let me switch to holy and fuck him.
He's probably on the ceiling somewhere. That's not what I wanted, game, but that works.
What? Why is this Val not dying?
He's dead.
What? Oh.
Where is he? I feel like there's supposed to be more in this room.
Yes, there definitely is.
What the fuck? Why did that move after I got the item?
Shattering crystal.
Spooky.
Is it an actual ghost?
It might be.
The enemies just didn't fall down from the ceiling. Okay.
Yeah, but they didn't even spawn in, that's the thing. This is like...
so weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
You just hear his moans. That's it.
Yeah, freaky as fuck. I feel like you can go in here. You're supposed to be able to go in here, but okay. Nothing else over here. Oh, item.
Drums.
Oh, I think I see it in there. No, this is worm face.
Damn, it almost
Oh,
killed
no.
it. Oh, what the fuck?
Watch out. Why is it still following me?
I staggered him with that.
Good. Alright, I forgot I had light.
True.
Give me strength.
I guess the ass cannon is coming back because the ghost just never came out.
I guess so. I don't know where it is. Speaking of which, where's the ball?
Yeah, we didn't find the. Oh my god, is the ball
We
enemy
normally don't.
him?
No, it can't be. Thank you.
Wow.
I remember thinking that there was a boss in here the first time I played the game.
I know. There should have been one.
Thank God there wasn't, but I mean, it was basically a boss enemy because it was the whip lady, right?
Yeah. Who the heck is that? Oh, Minotaur man.
No more. How did you? See you.
No escape.
What the hell is that?
I don't know what the fuck I killed. I
Okay,
killed it
this
though.
is what I'm getting all the time.
Level 7. I mean, at least there were summon things here.
Yeah, isn't there another item in here somewhere?
A 9. Wow.
Oh, well, you got a ghost sword 7. Wait, where'd you? Oh, you must have gotten it from an enemy.
The 7? No, it was in the corner over here.
Where? Oh.
Yeah.
Thanks. Again, the camera perfectly showing me everything else but what I want to see.
Isn't this romantic? Don't leave me hanging now. I can't wait till Valve plays that game. He's just gonna laugh at everything.
Yeah, he's gonna be quoting the hell out of that game. Because there's a lot of good quotes from Kingdom Hearts 2.
My friends are my power. Stop. Why? What the heck? You coming over here to bother me? No. No.
Oh, I thought you were talking to an enemy for a second.
Oh, he's... Don't bite my leg.
Oh. Alright, so we have access to 3 and 4.
Nice. Oh.
You won't forget this.
What the fuck? What was that?
What?
He hit something. Or did his ass just bonk off my speaker?
Probably.
Don't foof at me. I don't want to play with you right now. He's literally getting mad that I'm not playing with him. Wow. He's putting like his chin all on my leg, like play with me. What? What? Come here. What? You went outside already?
I can throw spinnies too, asshole. Yeah, sure, physics.
I saw that.
You saw him just go directly above my like,
Yes.
swing somehow, as if it didn't go through his entire fucking body.
Oh, gargoyle black axe. Anything else over
Where?
here? Oh.
Did you jump back up? Oh,
No,
this way.
I'm over here. Yeah.
How'd you get over there so fast? I saw you in front of me like 2
I
seconds.
somehow ran past you. Ew. You can't live.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
you...
running this entire area by myself. That was so much fun.
I came back to just a bunch of dead enemies.
Everything was dead and silent over here. And that was hard too. I felt so proud.
Try mimic.
Oh,
Mimicry.
that's where you were.
Oh.
He was there the whole time.
What the fuck was he here? Oh, he's
Get
dead.
back into it, you idiot. Hold on.
He's like, huh, 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 huh.
Can I get one hit off?
Yeah, so in Reforge, they did the most annoying thing for this area. They put a, like, where was it? Like right here, like past this statue, they put a big ass rock wall here. So
Why?
you have to do the area first, because if you jump around, you can't get back.
Oh my God.
I was so annoyed at that, I literally turned on cheat engine and just fucking turned on infinite jump and jumped over the wall, because I didn't know,
like,
because I was like, because from up there, like, it just looked like normal.
Right.
And then I jumped down. I was like, wait, why is there a rock wall? Like, can I at least go back? And they perfectly gapped it off so that you couldn't even jump back up. Like, even this, they blocked this off.
Amazing.
I was like, why? That's bad design.
No, it's too easy. Even though the game designed it itself.
Yeah.
It's so easy.
I guess they were like, this is more like, you know, Dark Souls, like just cutting you off from areas, but no.
There's a reason that this is like this, and it's because there's nothing here of value. Wait, why did he just kill himself? Did you see that he threw himself off?
Yes.
What?
Why would y'all do this to me, bro? Why? Damn shit nice and wherever the fuck.
I think he was talking about Arizona.
Probably. The fact that they didn't even steal his whole car, they just stole the whole tires. Like, just do the common courtesy, just take his whole vehicle.
It's not that serious. Oh my God.
Like, you literally left him with just the frame. He had nothing but a frame.
I do a lot of damage to this thing.
Yeah.
I forget how powerful this spell is.
I hate those things. Just big blob for no reason.
Oh, nice snipe. This guy's dead all over him.
Good.
What is that? Oh, it's a hippo. I was like, why did my camera just
Yeah, I thought it was a big rot pod, like, that was dead.
I thought it was like a Crucible Knight or something, because I'm like, I see gold and white. I'm like, what is that? It looks like a chariot-like thing. Oh.
Time to snipe the ads.
Should I hit it with
Oh,
Scarlet?
God. Yeah, watch out, handsy.
I see. Now, why would you do that, Hands? Hands took my camera away. I can't get out.
Oh my God. He went behind the pillar, so I can't snipe him. This is dead.
That
Oh,
was really weird because I got stuck in place for no reason.
you said you're gonna hit him with Scarlet Rot?
Yeah.
Okay. I hit him with
I don't get
fucking
stuck first.
sunflower attack.
Oh, fuck. He just knocked me out of it.
Oh,
Okay, game. That's a lot of damage.
that's a lot of damage. Oh, he's rotted.
Yes.
Oh, fuck. He's gonna hit me out of it. Oh, you're so lucky. He caught me at the last frame I could dodge. That still did a lot of damage. Jesus.
What, my thing?
Yes,
Yeah.
but his fucking bite did half of my
yeah,
health.
No. Physically. There's a blue item. Never mind. It's not worth your time. Oh, there's a crab up here. Hey, crab. Oh, cool. Nice.
The room clear.
It very much is, and that's why we love it.
Yep.
Otherwise, don't fuck with it. Actually, it's still a decent weapon, I suppose, but... Why are there so many hands? Itty-bitty hands. All game. What did you drop? Oh.
A bolt. Yeah. At max, so it just dropped it. What? Why did I lock onto that enemy through the wall? What the fuck?
Because this is Kingdom Hearts. Nice try.
Damn.
Nice try, Deflect Prince.
Bam.
I think that's it. No items back here, just within the walls. No. Alright, let's go up the stairs.
Nice. Damn, we're speeding through this area.
Oh,
I love it. No.
Foolish man.
Wasn't even gonna let him spam his bullshit. Oh, I don't stagger with this attack because I roared.
The fact that he did like 1/5 of my HP from that far away pisses me off.
Yeah.
Immediately. Bro. Val!
Oh, is there a Val?
Yeah. He's always here.
Oh, I didn't grab this item on the stairs. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Can we get like the double backstab?
I went back. I apparently missed an item.
Oh.
I got it now, though.
Decent items up here, I suppose.
I must have blinded it. Just walked right by it.
Alright. 3, 2... Wait. Get in position. 3, 2, 1...
Oh,
give it
I
to you.
took it from you, damn.
That's okay. Yeah, this is Golden Rune 11.
I wanted him to fall off, too.
Me too.
Oh, but he died in a funny way.
Oh, good.
He had like one leg over the other and then his arms T-posing.
What's the way down again? This is the way back around, right?
Yeah, this is the way we started.
That's, yeah, that's all the way up and around.
Heavy.
Oh, there's an item I missed down here. What's this? Perfume bottle in Shadow Realm Rune 5. Okay.
Oh. Must have been from the slime.
Yeah, it's from an enemy. Not sure which one, but an enemy.
Oh my god, Kate, I saw a funny like Castlevania meme.
What did it include?
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Jesus. It had it was like complaining about Simon's designs throughout the years. Was it Simon or was it Trevor? One of the Belmonts. And I didn't know this, but apparently on the Wii they made like a 3D arena fighter Castlevania. And the artist for that game was the Death Note artist.
Oh.
So one of the characters just straight up looks like Light Yagami.
Let us speak of the
Fuck to
past
run.
while. I was once an imperial of the demigods.
So it looks like what?
Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers.
So it looks like Light
as
Yagami?
a candidate
Yeah.
to succeed Queen
I
Mary,
know what you're talking about
to become
because
the
there's
god
like
of the coming age.
there's this
But I would not
song that I listened to. I forgot.
would
I
not
think
the
it's
two-fin and the male.
it's Bloody
Even when I
something.
turned blithe from him, though he was
And Bloody
created
Tears,
glass and he
and
was a
it's
colossal
got
failure
the
at
album
life.
cover is like
And
literally
each
Light
of
Yagami
us.
with the chain with the whip.
But I was
Yes.
now
I'm like,
another one.
I'm pretty sure that's the guy who you're talking about.
Yes. I don't know. I forgot which Belmont it is, but yes.
One of the ones that- about. Ready to fight Blythe?
Yeah.
It's time to kill the furry bait.
Kay just chugging fucking all his flash because she heard my can.
Wait, as I heard your can?
Yeah.
Wait, oh, I didn't know you had a can. I was just doing that just for fun. I didn't hear like you were drinking anything.
That's why I thought you were doing it because you heard me
Oh
crack
no,
open the can.
I was just doing that on purpose. I mean, I was just doing that randomly. That's funny. I have really good timing sometimes.
Yes.
Really good timing. Yeah, I couldn't hear that at all.
Wow.
I think I just heard you
Oh.
say thank you. What the hell is that in my face? Oh, it's a rat.
Rat. And a Chaz. I want to stab it.
Did your like dad bring you something? And that's
Yeah.
what the can was?
Yeah, it was a can of Coke.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Alright, not lied. Is it literally just a vowel?
It's just Damn.
Thanks. It
Damn.
was more of a challenge than I
Immediately we
envisioned.
got the item.
Now I can finally stand before them. This is farewell, my dear. Tell Blythe and E.G.
See ya. Time for pain. How much pain do you want to endure? Do you want to just go past this, or do you want to just like... Hang on a second. I want to see at least where the ring is. Do we have the ring?
The
To
ring?
Get, yeah, to get up from here.
Oh,
Do we
the
have
Dark
that ring?
Moon ring? I don't think we do.
I don't think we do either. I'm gonna look up where that is, and if it's not here, I'm just gonna just blast to this area. I don't care.
Yeah. Let me... Do I even have Flame Cleanse Me equipped? No.
We
I gotta
should.
equip that.
Oh, you don't have it equipped, but yeah. We
Yeah.
have it. Oh God, which one's the latest?
It's usually the one always on the top.
Oh, here we go. It's on the bottom for me.
Oh.
I have mine from earliest to latest, from top to bottom.
Hmm. Ow. As for now, I'll get rid of Dragon Ice. Actually, no.
Get this, Dark Moon Ring in So if we want to do the rest of this, we have to go back to ELDEN, which we were gonna do anyway.
Yep.
But that
That's
was
funny.
at the very end. Man, why is it there?
Yeah, was the DLC just hoarding everything?
Not only that, I can't stand not doing this area. Like, I swear it's like they forget the fact that there's a ton of major items here. But I get that it's so out of the way that it shouldn't really matter. But still, fuck off, game. And let me get the thing.
Give me strength.
Give me strength.
Just have that there. I'm not even gonna bother. I'm gonna like get the platforms and shit lifted up first before I start collecting items.
I'm just gonna collect the items as I go along. Scarlet.
Oh god. Do you see who's replaced the fucking Dragonkin?
I don't.
It's very obvious.
I can't see it from here, I'm not gonna lie.
You are not aggroing me from that far.
I hear it shaking.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, he's not the Dragonkin. What? He's just an enemy? Oh my god, that's even worse.
That's worse.
Okay. Alright. I'm dealing with just nonsense on this side.
That is not fun.
Oh my god, Kay.
Yeah.
I just got Val stuck like you did to Vanitas.
What do you mean?
He's just walking into a wall.
At first I was like, what do you mean you got Val stuck? Like, what happened in Kingdom Hearts then? But
Die, Val.
yeah.
No, you don't get to put yourself back together.
Damn, why is this shit taking so high?
Right?
I guess that there was another way to do this by having it tick so fast.
Alright, now for this fucking magma worm. Who's a regular enemy. Is that a banished knight? Oh my god, it is. Yeah, no, you need to die. Yeah. This magma worm has a lot of health.
I'm not gonna lie, all this stuff is garbage.
It really is.
Noble S stock is the only notable thing, but I don't know how good that is because I've never actually had it before. The most I've gotten is just Ash of War, Warcry, which we should already have. Acid of Golden Rune 5.
I found some more armor. Alright, this magma worm should be dead after this shot. Oh, one more. Alright, now he's dead. I actually don't know who replaced the fucking Dragonkin soldier.
Oh, I see. It's a Zamor soldier.
Oh,
Ironic.
I already pushed this switch? I did.
Oh wait, no, it's a Black Knife Assassin. That's what that is.
Oh god.
Oh, that is really bad.
Gosh, why does it tick so fast? I swear I don't remember it ticking that fast.
Me neither. And I have the immunizing charm on too.
Okay. Well, Spelldrake Talisman +3 is down here. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Oh, you aggroed her.
Yeah. Dragonkin assassin. That's actually cool. Dragonkin assassin, meet Mira.
Huh.
Anzoy. You did not dodge anything, bro.
I just see you raining hell over there.
Yeah, let's see how you go. She can't hit because I'm too high up.
Good.
Amazing. She can't jump up. I need to get closer.
Let me put this on.
Oh, there's a gold
in
item over
case
here.
I die. All right.
Remembrance of the Black Blade. Okay. Important. The Black Blade. I don't know why I said that like that. Yeah, she can't really do much of this now. Mira is fucking right.
Huh.
What? I got
Alright.
Scarlet Rot from that? Oh, fuck off, man.
The chest item was magic grease, so don't even bother for it.
Okay. That's someone all the way far out, right?
Yep.
Thank you, Mira.
Guys, so wow.
Him too.
Gonna grab the grease down here.
Okay. Da-da-da-da. I think I've basically been everywhere except for that.
Yeah, now I gotta go on the side you went on.
Yeah. Nice elemental.
Scarlet Cyclone.
Oh, wait a minute. I did the wrong thing. That explains everything.
Jesus. Fucking takes so fast. Guess I'll do this. Hurry!
I'm just gonna get this one item. Actually, there's two items. Is this a gold item? No, it's a white item. Executioner's Great Axe plus 25? Oh, shit.
What? Oh, that must have been from an enemy drop.
Yeah. He must have killed it. It's okay, because this is the third one that we collected.
Yeah. Where's the enemy that's normally up here? What the fuck? Okay.
What?
The Zamora warrior, or not the Zamora warrior, the gravity guy that normally spawns up here, there's no enemy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, shit,
You-
the Spelldrift Paladin plus these all the way out here. Damn, dude.
Yep. Because I know that enemy drops an item, but I guess he's not gonna fucking spawn in. Time to kill the beetle before he can get away. No?
Dry Bouquet. That's a talisman, right?
Yeah, it raises attack power when summoned spirit dies. That's decent, I
Oh,
guess.
yeah.
I'll snipe these enemies that are just roaming.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay.
Damn, that was a headshot? He got fucked. Of course there's a Val out there. Two Vals, actually. Skeleton one and regular one.
Oh my god. There's no way. You don't want to do this. I promise you, you don't want to do this.
Uh-huh.
Did he stop me from canceling this?
What enemy is
I
it?
told you you didn't want to fucking do it, and now look at you. Dumbass bitch. Oh wow, he had an item, no wonder. Fire prelate helm.
Jump.
Yeah, alright, now I can't heal my shit. And I'm forced to take the Scarlet Rot with me for the rest of your days. Anger and hate for the rest of your days.
Oh god, there's a T-Rex dog. Did you go on this?
I don't think I did. I'm going to die though.
But
So I just need to get the fuck out of here.
warp.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh,
You, maybe not.
I don't know if you just got a flash skill, but
I don't think so. Oh wait, yeah, I got a flask kill. I thought you said a flask scale. I was like, I don't know what that is. Yes, I did get the heal from the flask.
nice. From the enemy.
I can go to where you are. Wherever that is. The map is saying that you're in 5 different places at once. Oh god, this is... It ain't close.
Oh, a Chaz. Let me kill him. Die. Rune Arc. Oh, well, I'm gonna die in here. Thanks to the fucking dog. Yep. Oh my god. Dick eating. That's all the dogs in Elden Ring do. They just eat dicks all day.
Not poop? Crumbs?
Not poop. Like, you did not need to chase me that far.
Oh. Where's Mira at? I should see Mira at somewhere. Well, now I don't know what I should do, because...
Good thing I had
Oh my
the
god, this
Twiggy.
fucking dog.
The twig. Do you see the dog that killed me?
Yeah, it just immediately chased me.
Yeah. Glad he's dead.
Ugh. There's 2 items over here that I can't get. I'm gonna have to use a Starlight Shard.
Because I'm lazy to come from the long side, I'm just gonna warp to the beginning and go on the left.
Yeah. I do the same.
They like Miyazaki just made this area to be annoying. It's big, open, and it's just annoying.
Everything is so spread out. And the platforms do jack shit.
Like, oh my god, Miyazaki.
I like pain. I like my games how I like my women. Masochistic. Or sadistic.
Really, I wasn't even in the rut and you still gave it to me, game? Fuck off. Ash of War, War Cry. Wow. K when Vanitas kills him. What bullshit.
So sick and tired of that fight already.
Oh wait, you didn't kill this Val? I think he drops an item.
He might. He was out of reach when I saw him, and I knew that he might have had an item on me.
I'm gonna kill him.
Meow, meow. Get over here. Meow, meow. Oh, yeah, he just had one. My instincts are always correct. Jump.
Yep. God, I missed this body over here.
think that's everything. Aside from that treasure chest that I didn't get. Oh yeah, and the top part up here. I never scaled all the way up this. Wait, where is it? Oh,
It's all the way in the back. Yeah.
Ugh. Can I even get there is the question. Getting out of here.
This item, not risen, really. And the gold item. Nice.
Where's the best? Oh, that's my new one. I was like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, I was like, why are they like just staring like that?
I need something to trigger that, because I feel like it's an enemy drop. But at the
Where
same
is
time, all over here where I'm facing. But at the same time, there was an enemy over here. It was like a misbegotten that dropped the. Or no, it's not a misbegotten. It's a what's it called?
I'll trigger it.
It's a whatever it is. It's like a goblin, and it dropped a 5 kill. Hurry!
Oh. Jesus.
It wouldn't matter.
Nope. But I see an item I miss.
Oh.
Oh, it's a white. It's useless. I'm not going for that.
I might be able to tell you what it is because I collected an item of nowhere. Oh, I just got a golden ring from something.
Yes, the elemental did have something. What?
What?
Why is my
Oh, you never
screen
hit this-
shaking?
You never hit
Oh.
this glitch.
I knew there was one I missed. Fuck.
Well, I'm
I wasn't
glad
sure which one it was. It was that one.
This damage tick too. Lord have mercy.
Yes, it does too much. Like, why?
We buffed Scarlet Rot against the players because we thought that it was a bit too easy.
I feel like that's what they did.
But we didn't put it in the patch notes because we knew that it would annoy players because we just made a bad game.
Yeah.
Bad game option, sorry.
And then they're like, actually, we're working on a fucking roguelike. That's why.
Did you? I wonder if you saw it, but I saw it earlier today when I was selecting Elden Ring for Twitch. Elden Ring Night Rain is listed on Twitch already.
What? The game isn't
Yeah.
even out yet. Unless they're
I was
gonna have a
thinking it wasn't
beta.
even out yet. What's going on? Maybe.
Maybe it's coming in March then.
Maybe.
Because it doesn't have a date. It just says 2025. But maybe that means early.
So the Powerball for tonight is like 146 million.
Jesus.
Yesterday, I wasn't aware that the Powerball was like basically tonight. Yesterday, I found some Powerball numbers. Like I just kept seeing the same number twice more, and it stuck up to me in the day. And I was like, "That's weird." I'm like, "Is this a sign from God to do the Powerball?" I say to my friend yesterday, and then today it's like, "Oh yeah, the Powerball is going on tonight." I swear, if it's the number that I thought it was, I'm gonna kick myself because that is terrible. That is so terrible.
You should go and play the numbers.
My mom was like, "Oh, I should buy some lotto tickets on the way home today," and I just rolled my eyes, and then so she didn't get them.
Because yeah, then it's just gonna be like, damn, I really just played myself $100 and something million.
Yeah, but even then, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it is, but at the same time, it's like you can live without it. A lot of it is taxed.
It was champion. Oh, my game crashed. Good.
Good. We
It
know
was
that.
like champion something. It was Nefeli's armor. That's what the white item was.
I don't think I
Okay,
saw that.
we open the game.
Or no, I see some more armor. Oh, champion pauldron. Yeah, never mind. I got that.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that white?
I think the barbarian style class starts with it.
The Grand Cloister. The Grand Pokemon.
Hopefully it auto saved when I touch that grace, because I don't want to fucking
Whoa.
run through that shit again.
What
Why am
my
I
game to do?
rotted? What?
Excellent question.
I spawned in with rot and poison.
What the fuck? Wait, did you join my lobby again?
No, I'm joining back now.
Oh, okay.
But like in my game, it just gave me rot and poison.
Oh. Weird.
Hello.
Hi.
Fucking
Oh,
Vsauce
shit.
Michael. He just comes out of different frames.
Oh. Bro, watch out, bro. No, Chinese food, bro. What is she doing? Everything's so stupid. I just came across it again. Dude, I hadn't seen that video in years, and then I just came across it like 2 nights ago.
That's what he gets for trying to snipe you.
Reverse
Swipe or
point.
no sniping. That is not how physics work, Elden Ring, but okay.
Oh.
It just pushed me straight down while I was running. Like, so I was just running in air while falling.
No, Elden Ring, I'm supposed to obviously Looney Tunes my way down. Duh.
Oh, nice. It's just a small guy.
Move. Oh, great. You made me walk further into the rot. Yeah, nice.
Oh my god, watching DSP fight that Crucible Knight. Oh, so funny. He got so mad at it because he was basically complaining that he does input read when he tries to heal.
Well, yes, they do absolutely.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, he has a point. It is bullshit. Every time, like, they just knock your health down and they know you want to heal, they just input read when you press heal. And fucking do stomp, stomp, dash, stab.
Sorry, but I'm rushing to you now because I see put something to your lips.
Yeah.
That's not allowed.
He missed. I'm like 6 hours into that first part that person made, and he's already almost at like 300 deaths, and he's not even in Caelid or anywhere else. He's only in the lake. He's also being really dumb and not leveling his vigor, so he's at 22 vigor.
What is he putting his points at?
He's putting it into faith because he's using the fucking tree sentinel weapon.
Oh, I see.
Which I guess is fine, but like, please do vigor, because he's complaining that he's getting one shot, but it's like, Bro, you're only putting points into damage. You have beginner level armor and no health. Like, of course you're gonna get one shot.
Yeah. That looks pretty cool.
Mushroom 13?
Hmm.
I wonder if Val's gonna complain about those guys.
Maybe. You might actually like it.
Yeah. He's gonna do it, Kay. He's gonna 100% all the games, unfortunately.
On all the gummy ship missions. For his
Yeah.
concept, I'd be like, I don't count that shit as 100%, but you can.
Yeah. I do what's only required for the achievements.
Yeah. Give me this video I must show you because I was.
Is there no grace down here? I just there was.
I was dying today when I saw it. I don't feel that bad, but at the same time it's like, dude. Okay.
Okay.
There's no
See
break.
this?
This one I was.
No, I could have sworn there was one. Wait, what the fuck? Lead? What the fuck? Why are they struggling to say red?
Because they can't. That's the thing.
Oh
They
my
can't
god.
say it.
That's amazing.
I was like, oh my god. Like it's really hard. I think it's really hard for them to say. I mean, I already know it's hard for them to say. It's just weird to me because they say when they read R's, they say in the L, but when they read L, they read it in the R. Or whenever they read L, they say it in R, and I don't understand. Why can't I say?
This needs to be a little bit more personal. That was funny.
But they're saying, like, they don't say with rolling it up. Ew! They just can't roll their
Oh god. Explosive bolts do nothing to this thing.
Yeah.
Where's my blood boss bolts?
Watch out.
Yeah, I was already reloading.
Bro,
Yeah,
stop
you're gonna do it
making
3 times. Yep. Another time. Yeah. Again. Oh no? Because K is in your face now. Now you want to do it?
Oh my god. Stop
fucking god.
doing that. I've never seen these attacks on him, by the way, because he just gets bodied so quickly by me.
I figured we'll let him live long enough to do something. Because I could have been killed him already.
Just cast a spell. Why is it so hard? Oh my god.
Oh my
bro.
god. Oh my god.
Bro, if you don't let me cast one more spell, it's over. I'm dead. Game!
Bro.
Why did it sit
Bro.
that way? Die.
Die. No.
My God.
I'd be nice and you're just spamming dickhead. Like, oh my.
Stop spamming for 5 seconds.
Like, you know what's funny is the VTuber person, like, they finished their Elden Ring playthrough finally, but they got to him and he did that like one of their attempts. He just kept doing that, like what he was doing to and killed them.
Bro, just stop.
I was like, I've never seen him spam it like 15 times in a row.
Ever. Never, ever, ever seen that.
Like, oh my god.
Intelligence, yeah. So I could start using it.
One level up. Nice. Into 22.
Alright, well, I guess from Azula it is.
Yes. Put this back. Switch back to my cannon. Roar spam. AoE spam. AoE spam. Like every time. He didn't need to do it that many times, but he did. I forgot there was a lobster in there. Alright, how's it looking out here? What is that?
What?
Oh, it's a minotaur. Oh, gold item.
Nice. It goes from white to blue to white clothes. It's junk. Kind of.
Oh, it's probably a ruin. Oh, no. I feel like that's normally there, which is funny.
Yeah. No, I think it's actually a somber.
Yeah, somber.
There's something behind me. There's going to sit there again.
Oh, he didn't
Lord
die.
of an unsung hero. Oh shit.
He almost walked off to his death.
Yeah. Camera. Rune of an Among.
I do commend them though for finishing the game because they beat it with the bosses having 300% health.
Ew. What?
Because they didn't like that it was so easy because they were just breezing through the bosses. They almost caved because they were so they were stuck on Godfrey because of his phase 2, because obviously that he's just annoying in phase 2, and he kept suplex slamming. Just that's all he was doing to them.
That's weird. Why do you do so much
Jesus, that did so much damage. Watch out, I can't get the wolf. There we go. But yeah, so they were stuck on him for a while, and she literally like pulled the U. She was like, oh, if we don't get it in like these next 3 tries, then yeah, let's just get rid of the 300% so we can actually just finish the game, because it was also like 4 in the morning for them.
Oh god. Oh, look at what
Yeah. Oh wow. Because another wolf, and then this bird. Where the hell this bird came from? But yeah, because she was determined to finish the game in that stream. So like, yeah, but so they kill him and then they get stuck on Radagon.
Yeah.
Well, really
the worst thing.
The end of the game, because what would happen was her friend kept fucking dying. I mean, because he was tired and kind of delirious and stuff. And also his build just sucked for the end of the game.
Okay.
Which is not his fault. It's just Radagon is immune to blood loss for whatever reason.
He has no blood.
I guess, but then Elden Beast.
That's immune. That blood loss can be procced on that.
I
guess it
think
technically
so,
does the-
but I didn't. Did he do it in that? I'm not even sure if he procced it, because he did complain about it at one point. You fucker. But yeah, so they got stuck on him for a while, and she was just like, "Yeah, if you die again and I make it to Elden Beast like again, then yeah, we'll just turn off 300%." But no, they eventually did get it.
Perseverance.
Yeah. I was like, damn. I was like, damn, GG guys, you did it. Man, I think they said they're gonna start the DLC next week. Can he fucking fall?
I made him fall out. Oh my god.
Yeah, I dodged that. Watch out. There's a ad bow. I'm gonna kill him. Oh, nope. And this fucker. Okay, it's a fucking immune to physical damage one. Fall. He can't do that.
Oh my god, bro.
Really? The pile of bones
nice.
blocking me? Nice.
Yes!
Hell yeah, big damage. Be gone. Now you stupid pod. I should have thrown black flame at him.
Oh, speak me,
Dead.
but add. Your definition of add.
Yeah, he was like, "Hey guys, I'm part of the fight too." How much runes did the golem give? I don't even think he gave a lot.
Not that many.
Dead hunter. Yura is now dead. Eat some? Living jar shop. You want to do the other side or not really?
Do you think it'll have something good?
Probably not. Guess we can just...
We don't have to do it.
Yeah, we can always just come back. Oh, why are there two of you here? Like, oh my god. I hate that you can't lock onto their head.
God, the way he has a clear shot.
Oh, he's down. I wish he would just fall. Flame grant strength because you're in the lane. Oh, he's gonna knock me off through the rock, isn't he?
Oh, come on now. Oh, there's so many annoying ass enemies up here. Are you serious?
No wonder we avoided it.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
Yeah,
No,
because
I
we
can't
dodged.
move. Just die. Skin and bones. We have the muscle to fucking move all that shit. Hello?
Got him.
Did you get another one?
Yeah.
I'm dealing with this garbage man. Oh my god! No way that did almost all my HP.
I saw. Jesus.
Oh my god! I can't stand these enemies.
You lived with like 2 HP.
Like,
Damn.
bro, all they do is knock their fucking flesh off. It's not that serious. It's not that serious to do all that damage.
I do over 1,500 damage. Like, no.
Oh my god. Dead? I'm dead.
Ah. Wham.
So it's only going and
Oh, you missed it too. Val was under stress because he was doing the Hades Cup and he was like, I swear if the game crashes now, I'm gonna be pissed.
oh man.
And I
when was
just
this,
smiley
like,
faced it.
Was that like
'Cause
4
you-
o'clock?
Yeah,
Nice.
he was already up to Hades at that point.
Yeah, I wonder if he was like, why is Hades not the final fight?
Yeah, well, he thought that, and then he was like, why is there more?
There's more than 10. It's a 50 seed. When seed 10 fighting Hades, like, what do you want?
Yeah. Take
I
that.
have 9 more. Take that. I'm on fire.
Fucking James Woods.
Oh.
He kicked me into, or kicked him into me.
I didn't sell sword axe. Wait.
What is that? Oh,
For some random ass reason, bro. Why are you here?
staggered.
Are you staggered?
Yep. I guess it's no, you bitch. Can't eat your fucking tentacle. Jesus, that did a lot of damage. Staggered him again. Yeesh. I just walked through him.
Fuck. I got
Gee,
ops
what-
in every corner.
Did that
What
much
the hell?
damage to you?
Why are there ops in every fucking corner, bro? It was the exploding like rocks.
Did
Just-
that much?
I turned in and they're just around the corner. I almost got knocked off.
Oh my god. That would have been amazing. Just comedic bullshit.
Like after all that shit. Like the octopus is barely hiding. Actually,
you
barely
get
hiding,
fucking
just-
rocks.
And then the rocks. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Boom. Do I have any knockoff spells? See you, Val.
All I saw was the
Nice.
bones fall.
That's all you need to see, Ella.
Bear. Fate Crucible Knight.
Let me respond to this bookmark video. Any mutuals? Fuck. Well, we're not mutuals, but whatever.
Hmm. Wham.
What is my third favorite Sonic song? What is one that always comes to mind? I actually don't remember. How'd you get back down? Finally,
It's from Sonic Adventure 2.
not really.
You know what's funny? Oh, you know what's funny, Kate? I saw like in a video someone said no one cares about the 3D Sonic games. They just have good soundtracks, but they suck as Sonic games.
Did I just see rocks getting thrown at you?
No, it was a pot.
Wait, I think I can. Yes, I can.
Oh fuck! Wow, that is a tight jump.
It is, isn't it? I just wanted to see if I can make it, bro.
No.
Click. Nice.
Spin that. Oh boy, he's back. Oh, I missed. Wow. Thanks, Elden Ring. Wonder what's the boss down there.
Ooh, actually, I think one of my favorites has got to be from Sonic Mania. It's either Stardust Speedway Act 1 or 2.
Ooh.
Because those are some good remixes.
Sonic Mania in general just has a good soundtrack.
Yeah. I'm
Like,
in the Press Garden.
I like the song that plays when you do like the weird mini game where you're like in a 3D plane. Yeah. Yeah. And it only stands out to me because it's fucking Etika. When he used to play it, like, he wasted so much time on that mini game.
Because it's hard. It's such a hard fucking minigame.
I forgot what was the objective of it. It's like basically Pac-Man, right? To get all these weird pellets.
You had to get all the blue balls, or you had to make all the balls, yeah, all the blue balls red.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I
that
remember, I
wasn't-
think he missed like a few and they were in some weird spots.
Yeah, that wasn't just it. You didn't just need to get the balls. You needed to actually get them in a strategic way in order to get rings as well.
Yeah.
So you can actually 100% it. And once you get the certain amount of rings that it needs, plus the amount of balls, then you can actually beat the level. And you have to do it in a specific order too, because otherwise it's just gonna... Ooh, it's a gold item.
Oh.
Otherwise you won't have enough time to actually... Or enough space, I should say, to maneuver to get the remaining ones. What is this? Is this good? It's good.
It's milk.
It is, actually. Milk.
Oh. It is good.
Oh, that's not where it is.
No, it's on the other side. I had to tell them about this because they were stuck on this boss fight for a while.
Yeah.
Atsukin duo at 300% health was paying to watch.
That sounds unfun.
They did end up cheesing it though by using sleep.
Oh, you can make them fall asleep?
Yeah, so they would make the fat one sleep and jump the skinny one and then kill the fat one.
Yeah. And then do it over and over again.
Yep. But with seamless co-op, they were glitching. Like when one spawns in, like after you kill the other one, like for a few seconds they just stand still. So they would just basically kill them before they had a chance. But it took them a lot of tries. I feel like that boss Malekith, they had a little bit of trouble with. And Godfrey, like those are the three bosses that they struggled with towards the end.
That's tricky.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I think there's something.
But yeah, I had to tell them that. I was like, before you just go in the boss room, hug the fucking rightmost wall as soon as you go in to get a grace.
Yeah.
They were thankful for it because they died so much. But and yeah, Malekith, they were dying a lot too because she was trying to parry his attacks. Like, because I told her about the, like, because for some reason Malekith was just always after her, so I told her like, yeah, you can use the item you got from that one area to deflect his black blade.
Mm-hmm.
But she was like, I don't know the timing for it, so like I'm just not good at that.
Mm.
Eventually got him though.
We're gonna summon Mira.
Yeah. Did you summon Burnout? Okay, he's just standing over there. Oh well, there she is.
He's amusing. Where is she?
Standing there menacingly. Oh, time to buff up for her. Time to bump up. I wonder, can I get a cheeky debuff on her? Oh yeah. I debuffed her. Also did help. Wait, what happened? Yeah, you were. Oh, fuck. I'm running from that. Well, rip Mira.
No, they're all fine.
Just die. I did also help the VTuber though, because for a while she was using the Knight Greatsword just because she liked the moveset and the range and stuff with like frostbite. But I was being that I was like, I already kind of knew her playstyle. I was like, go with the Verdan's Greatsword. You'll like them a lot. They're like the carry weapon for a lot of players. She tried them out and used them for the rest of the playthrough. It just benefited her too because she had high dex, high strength, and high int.
Game
fuck.
is not running. Wait,
She canceled it?
Terrain canceled it for us. Nice.
Nice.
Good, because I was holding down the one button. I didn't shoot the button.
That is unfortunate.
Okay.
I couldn't do anything about that.
Me neither. Even though I was mashing a button to get out of there, but okay.
Bernal has done nothing. Oh my god. Oh, I thought she was gonna do the dash. Look at how far those go. Jesus.
Well, if you ever need her to cancel the dash, just step on the stairs.
She's not giving me a chance. She's literally spamming everything in her arsenal. Am I really gonna have to switch to hitting her with a dagger? That's fucking sad. Jesus! Why does it do so much damage?
The stupid air that is created from that does so much damage.
Oh my camera, please. She's deflecting my shit.
Don't get caught in me like I did.
My game is not letting me lock on there.
I
Okay.
tried, yeah. I'll be fair enough, I'll see you.
I'm dead. Thank you. She hit the steps. She stubbed her toe.
I was even thinking about the steps, but I'm so glad that I didn't. She's dodging too late. Yeah, no chance.
God, she has so much health. This is actually a fucking tactical battle. I can actually use the fucking arena.
This is, you know what this is?
Monster Hunter?
No, this is,
No!
Snake vs. Gray Fox.
Oh my god, I got rotted.
Drink! And the base is all
Really is just Gray Fox.
She's Gray Fox.
Whew. Wow. She was hoarding that.
Well, I mean, we'll go back to the DLC eventually.
That was a tough fight.
Yeah. I let myself get killed, but at the same time, I didn't mean to. I don't mean to.
And you fucking asshat. What the fuck why are you just walking in place?
Because we touched Grace, that's why. Yeah, he's not even there anymore.
He's just walking into an invisible wall on my screen. He's so dumb.
Yeah, we touched Grace, that's why. I never got him back.
Oof. I really did have a Metal Gear Solid boss fight right there. I got so lucky. Like, she just said, oh, nope, never mind. went too far down.
Oops, slipped on the steps. Sorry, my aerial base move is messed up by the steps that I slipped off of.
So dumb. Oh, God.
Get out of here. Step in.
He didn't aggro, thankfully.
He 100% did. There's no way.
He went towards the corner.
Oh, he's
Let me...
here. Light. Okay.
Did it even hit him? Oh, he's teleporting.
Up here? No.
No, is he below me? He is. Oh, please fall off. No, I spit poison now. Good. My arrows got stuck on the wall. Oh, he spawned behind me.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah. I Resident Evil disaster. I fell down.
Where the fucking spew all the way over there?
Is he not gonna come down here? Wow.
I guess not.
Oh, there he is.
It's yours is mine.
What's yours is mine. Too slow.
Too slow. Forge the Keyblade.
Dark Thrust. Please fall off.
Oh,
Give us all a favor. Or is he gonna super jump up here? I forgot you had that. Yeah, he super jumped up here.
yeah.
Fall.
Sit back now. Ooh. Nice, I can get us on. For the balloon.
He gave me a liver.
Maybe yours is better.
True, I could eat it. Oh, the op. he was placed near an edge to try. Wow.
I was wondering if you could just sneak around from the other side, but I don't think.
No. Stone sword key?
I need those. Nice.
Just walks across. Where's the enemy? Oh, there it is.
There's the enemy that jumped me last time when I went over here.
It's a Val with a sword.
No, it's a...
Oh. Go ahead, put that shield down.
Opioid.
Torch pole plus 25. Damn.
At least it's maxed out.
What? I shot you though. You should fucking got knocked off, asshole.
I love it when we perfectly time our hits to be one after the other.
Wait, let me get this item up here. Oh fuck. Oh, that knocked him back.
Yeah, it does.
Oh my god, we timed that perfectly too.
Oh, really? Nice. Wait, where are we? This looks like we're
Smithing
just
stone 6. It does. It's above it though.
Nice.
I found out about that item watching though, because I always thought it took you back.
Yeah,
She
it
was
looks
like-
we're in the same area.
He was like, "Oh, I'm gonna check this." I was like, "Oh, don't go there. It goes back." But she read it so late, and then she found a gold item. It was a smithing stone. I was like, I never knew that was there.
Nope. Not doing this today. Although I'm
Yeah.
curious to see the garbage that's there because
Can at least
Yeah,
grab the
I want to humor
grace.
myself. Yeah,
You wanna humor it? Okay.
yeah, I want to humor the garbage. I'm not gonna go there, but I just want to see what garbage is there.
Oh, the funniest shit happened. I need to go back and clip that for her, but she walked off the ledge because she had the camera perfectly angled to where she couldn't see that it wasn't up. And she just fell, and I was like, oh, I knew that was gonna happen.
That happens. That shit happens to my friend all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks quiet up here. What's going on?
Oh, tapeworm? Bat? Oh no, I see an asshole.
Oh.
Birdman
Oh, and then
soldier.
I see the dragon up there.
Yeah. What is that over there? Oh, Meat Man too.
Man, DLC garbage. Man. Nope.
Up in pot. Good. Me at least grab this item. Broken room. Yeah, we'll come back to that. That looks like ass. You're gonna fall.
Nope, I don't think so. Oh wait, you were right. I did fall.
Oh. Oh, I thought my game crashed for a second because it froze. He's lucky.
I wanted to hit him with the cannon of Haima.
Oh, and knock him off.
Yeah. What? You did not just get knocked over that way.
That's what he did to me. I shot him and he went to like only to the right and not like with the arrow's trajectory.
Point blank, he should have gotten knocked forward. He went to and curved to the left. Remember right now.
Oh, I missed this item.
Go down.
FTP spawn. I didn't miss shit.
Oh, you went down already.
Yeah. Wow, wow.
Ooh.
Oh, the camera. Oh. It's BBS.
I still don't understand why it turns the. I think I understand why people don't lock on when they fight these fights now.
I mean, look at how many times you're fighting against the camera.
Yeah. It's just bad game. What the hell will happen?
All they have to do is just move the camera slightly more back so that it's not constantly in your character's ass.
It was a PSP game, so they couldn't do that. You had to see.
That is true. But, I mean, for the re-release, they could have done it. Guess they got lazy. Oh, look. It's a Val soldier that you can knock off.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. Wait. Don't come here yet. I want to see if he reacts to this.
Who is that?
It's just a soldier. He doesn't care.
Hang on a second. Oh, that's something perfect. That is if it doesn't lob on the wing.
No!
Why didn't he get knocked off? Why is he going backwards?
He's coming.
Oh my god.
Oh, you missed. I don't know if you saw. I blocked him in here to try and make him fall down.
Oh, I saw it and it still wasn't happening because
The game was just like, nope. He falls behind you.
I can't stand that. Oh my god.
Ooh.
Died.
Well, there's the best weapon for your faith build.
But you say that, but
Well,
I hate this thing.
Just for the Ash of War, really.
But the Asher doesn't work. Hang on, let me see.
Oh, it just gives Sacred Order. Yeah. Well, actually, it would be good now because we have the buff anything mod.
Yeah, I guess.
There's another pair of swords that are like good for a faith build because it buffs like your holy damage. I forgot which one it is. Oh, I
Shut
fell.
up. Shut up. Oh, well. It's down there.
Damn, his item is just there, floating in the pit for me.
Do you want it? Do you want
I wonder, can I snipe the enemy that's supposed to be the Landsec?
Can you even see?
I don't even see it.
Let's try that.
Unless it's that tiny, like, black thing. Guess we'll grab this item first. Such a dumb item.
Which one?
The chest over here.
Chest? I must have missed it.
Golden Rune 7.
Oh, unless you mean this one up here.
No, the one all the way in the back there. You didn't go for it? Oh
No,
well.
I didn't see.
Oh look, it's a Val.
Oh man.
I'm always getting shoved by him.
Yeah, that wasn't part of the script. This is death.
Yeah. You're supposed to jump on the other side.
That's what I thought. I was like, huh. This is a bit far down.
Well, at least now you can get the chest, because now you gotta go back for your shit.
Yeah, where is that chest?
It's all the way around that little column. Oh shit, I didn't send the elevator back. Oh well, there's a lever though.
On that column.
Oh god, there's one of those.
Is it down
Misbegotten.
here?
Yeah, just go all the way around. Don't go in the elevator. What the fuck? Why can't I hit him? Okay, game. Thanks for the BBS moment.
Oh, past the elevator. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, but when you said it, made me think that it was up above, but
Oh man, I wanted to snipe the dog before he can get over here. Dog meat from
any primer? That's that shit.
I love the soundless lightning.
Technically, that's true. It's real.
Yeah.
It's a bit too real. Real in the wrong ways. Oh my god, that's a lot of lightning that I can't avoid, man.
It is dead now.
Now it does no damage.
Rotten breath. Gravel stone. Nascent butterfly. Why is that a blue item?
What do you think is land 6? Or not land 6, possibly 6?
Well, we already killed Melania. Not really a lot of fun bosses left. Wow, it's just there? Fuck off. You'll see. I'll say it could be one of the dragons, honestly. Like, Fortisax or something. The Deathblight one.
Yeah.
Well,
Really fought it.
I'm not sure. I feel like we did too.
Did we fight regular Radon at all? Have we
I
never seen
think
his
so.
ass? And if so, why don't I remember seeing his ass ever?
Because we always just destroy it. Actually, no, we did not fight him.
Yeah, we never see him, like, ever. We have to go out of our way usually to fight him.
We only fought
The
DLC Radon, and it was just phase 1. Oh. Fucking tank. Please fall off. Good.
Thank you.
Good.
Point downwards, point downwards. Oh my god.
That's what he fucking gets.
Dumbass bitch. That's really good.
I'm gonna try and ram them off. Oh, oops, I'm dead. There's no escape.
No escape from yourself.
Too slow.
Too slow. There's nothing around the corner.
Yeah, nothing.
Already halfway through Farm Missoula.
Yeah.
More than halfway, actually.
And we only skipped 2 areas.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Nice try, Burb. Is that an omen? The omen killer? I mean,
No, it's
oh, fire monk.
a Sanguine Soldier
Oh,
that I just span in his face and he died.
yeah, he got bodied.
Actually, aren't the girls? I can't remember.
Maybe? Sleep.
Magic grease and something. A mason butterfly, that's the blue item. Fuck off.
Wow. 2 of those in the same area?
Yeah. Last thing. You wanna snap him? Get out of there.
Where's oh
Back. It's not back the other way.
that one's dead. Oh, it was a Chaz. Nice. The item down here, I had to make her go back for 2.
heard
And
you. Remember
I
that.
I worded it too. I said I'll go back for the item, you missed it. The sun blocked it. He's like, she said, really? Went back and just grabbed the item. Dang.
No, its item is gone.
I know. I don't even know what I killed. I think it was another rat. Oh fuck.
Why did you run in here after me?
He had it out for you too. Like, damn.
Dude.
Endure. Wing, wing.
Alright, let me take some spells. Out.
Maybe instead of Dragon Ice, I might go with Rotten Breath.
Mm.
In case it is Radon.
Do we have a Bale Heart yet?
Nope.
Where it is. I'll have to look for it.
Yeah. Roar.
Vortex of putrescence. Acid putrescence. Nails.
Flint Blade Trio. So I can go with this.
Let me look at this thing. Heart of Bale and Shadow Altus.
What? Oh, we must have missed it then.
Huh? Wait, why are there two of them? That's weird. Golden Seed and Jagged Peak dropped by Bale the Dread replaces Heart of Bale. Golden Halberd and Jagged Peak dropped by Bale the Dread replaces Heart of Bale. We get two of them?
Normally you don't.
Dragon Bolt of Florisax. Yeah, minor tree. Heart of Bale and Shadow Altus on a corpse in front of a grave overlooking Lower Castle Penis. Access by dropping down from Shadow Altus, starting from the cliffside near Shadow Altus West Gate on the west bank of the horseshoe-shaped river. Oh my god, replaces grave glove word 4.
Wow.
Wait, that's a whole lot of shit. Okay, hang on a second. Access by dropping down from Shadow Altus, starting from the cliffside near the Shadow Altus West Grace. On the bank of the horseshoe-shaped river. Where the fuck is this? Where is this at? Shadow Alt. Okay, Castle Ennis. We weren't on this side, sure. Oh, on the west side of the horseshoe-shaped river. Okay. Fine. Oh! It's over here somewhere. God damn it, we just never went over here.
Yeah, probably.
Depending on the boss, I'm gonna go there first, but I'll see what the boss is.
Yeah.
Let me just go get some sweets real quick.
Okay. Let's do one, two. Guess I'll get rid of that for the harpoon. Does it instantly trigger if I lie down? I don't think it does, right?
Will it take me with you?
It should.
to skip it?
Oh no, I let it play on purpose.
Okay. That's what I thought too.
I just
Oh,
wasn't
Elden Ring.
sure, like, if the boss instantly aggroes when you enter, but normally it doesn't. Totally not the boss. What the fuck is that? Oh god.
Oh, I'm just talking about them.
Yep.
Look, immediately starts running once I press the button. You motherfucker.
Yeah, I got range too, asshole. I got harpoons. Throwing poison darts at him. Cause it's funny. I don't think they can get poisoned though. Never mind. Oh, that should perfectly track to me, huh? And now it is time. No.
What the hell?
I've never seen him do that.
Me neither. Mirror, no!
The music changed.
Of course.
Du-du-du-du.
Should give me a boost.
There they are.
Oh my god, it's over.
Damn.
Oh, you're lucky I didn't have any magic, bro.
Oh shit, I gotta get stamina.
Goodbye. It's just over.
That thing just annihilates them. Holy shit. Why is he still alive? Okay, yeah, you better
Why did you
die.
get this one after the other one? Oh, it's not the same one actually. It doesn't look
That was easy.
like bullshit. It was very easy.
Easy peasy. Alright. Where to now?
The boss.
The real boss. You'll never make it to the boss.
Hmm.
Fucking Caleb City.
That was a very silly skip.
Yeah. I wonder what he watched that made him want to make a skit like that. That and the one where it's like two idiots to scale the anime character's power or some shit like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
He just fucking gives the guy a heart attack with this intent to fight. He's like, what did you do to my friend? I gave him the intent to kill. He couldn't even handle it. Oh, dude, I'm sorry.
That's literally me though, because my friend, while we were at like Chicago together, was like, I don't know, like I don't want to piss off K-Train in Mario Kart, cause he's like, cause I'll have a bow, and then he has like an AK-47 or AK-14. I'm just like, that's absolutely right.
Wait, what big enemy lurks there?
Dead thing. And another dead thing. Snail.
Oh wow. Is that our last one?
Possibly. Let's find out.
God, my my map mod needs to be updated.
Ooh.
Like to scale it to my resolution, because like the top part of it is cut off on the full zoom.
There's not
I
the
have
last
to.
one.
It's not.
We want some more.
I can give him this.
I won't forget.
Give you more death, Val.
I must help.
Oh, okay. Damn, I thought I could like cheese it since you did it while I was loading, but no. Ah yes, cave running in the floor. Love it.
Oh yeah, ooh, gold item.
Gold item where? Oh, in front of the boss.
Yep. Whole blade of the bud.
Sadly, it's not plus 10. Wait, did you kill the enemy already?
There is no enemy.
What?
I know. We've been having some enemies that have been missing.
Weird. Alright, what the fuck is it gonna be?
Did you cast this?
Yeah,
Oh,
I cast Blessing of the Earth Tree.
I cast Blessing of the Urchi.
Oh,
Do
It
you
would be him.
regular, or do we want to fight him somewhere?
how much
I
damage?
got.
I feel like I do more damage than his kryptonite. As long as he doesn't knock me off. How's that not hitting him?
What, my thing?
Yeah. It was going right through him. And, okay, now it's hitting him. I can't hit him no more because it's fucking big ass hitbox. It was on the other side of the wall.
Oh wait, I want to test something real quick.
Oh, you want to see how much damage it does to him?
Oh yeah.
Wait, let me stagger him for you. Oh, he
Bro,
did
he
that
is-
attack. There you go.
No.
Oh, you lost your full charge, damn.
No, that was- I thought I had enough, but I didn't have enough. Yeah, we finally beat him regularly.
Just out damaged his kryptonite.
Oh
Damn.
wait, it's a phase 2.
No. Nice. I love that he always dies twice.
I know.
We're done?
Oh no,
Oh my god.
we don't even have the music.
I'm putting on my fucking sacrificial twig. Can I even spend my runes? Oh wait, actually it might be fake mode.
No.
Never mind.
Because we've had fake mode like twice already. Look, I mean,
Oh yeah, it definitely is real mode. Might be able to out DPS his heal though.
Let's see.
The reload times are gonna be what kills me. Damn. Damn.
Okay,
And then I hate that he gets a fucking like defense boost from that.
oh, does he really?
Yes, I'm doing less damage to him now.
What?
Fucking
Get
pillar
off me,
blocked me.
bro.
How's he not staggered yet? I hit him like 5 times already.
The real question is, why isn't he fighting somebody else?
He's only focused on you. He's fixated on you. Oh, he's
I
dead.
got ideas.
Be gone.
Bitch. Without needing your fucking pure blood thing either.
Yeah.
I covered destined death.
I covered destined death.
Ping! PNG! Elden Ring little thing in the corner.
This always takes a while to load in.
Uh-huh.
Nice. We bodied 2 bosses without their like
The
kryptonite.
item. Yeah. Very interesting.
We burnt the world.
Boo-hoo. It's another run level.
It's DLC music. Yeah. I got enough for 2 levels.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you
Jesus.
not see the ones from last time?
No. That's why I was like, I'm putting on a sacrificial twig. Damn. I can get 53 strength and it makes my dagger do a solid 500 per hit.
From what?
Essence. Like just from its slash damage, I guess.
No, I meant like what was it before?
Oh, 495. I'm just gonna throw it into int. Alright. I don't know if you want to body like these bosses, okay, or DLC.
No, I'm gonna go to the DLC and get the item first.
Castle front?
Yeah, I don't remember how to get these items by Shadowkeep.
Oh, that's okay, I know where you go.
Or no, this is moon gazing grounds, right?
Fogriff Fort, that's where you want to go?
We want to go to Fogriff High Road Cross. We want to go. Yeah, right there. Yes. I put all the things next to. I'm not sure if you see them.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna start from this side. See where I can.
Ooh. Fell.
I don't remember how to get around. I could sworn that you get out from Castle Ensis at some point.
Well, did we? Oh, here's the other thing that you use the imbued key on.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it's not even marked on the map. I thought it was the church. It's not. I'll enable it, but there's like no point because we already looted the area.
Yeah, isn't there a way down here from here? I could have sworn if you look carefully, there's a way down. Maybe from there.
Not from here, but from the other side over here.
We're very far away from each other.
Oh, is it that the fucking compass thing says you're like right next to me?
Oh yeah, no.
Oh, look.
Oh,
Here's
right,
a grace.
this part of the castle. Oh, I just heard.
Yeah. Yep, and then I fall right here. I'll mark it. I hate that that kicks you out of your menus. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Do I not have any rainbow stones? Yeah. Just this is basically steps.
I'm surprised it didn't kill Val.
I didn't see him, otherwise I would have. Beast Eye.
Huh.
Ooh, ooh, oh, this is gonna be funny. What? Explosive arrows don't count as fire to blow that up? That's so dumb. Fine, I'll do this because it's funny. Here's my arrow. I don't know if you fell down, but can you touch the grace?
Sure. I just got to it actually. Funnily enough.
Good. What? Fine.
Fine. Fine.
The barrels didn't fucking respawn for me. I want to blow up
Oh,
the
they
Burger
switched
King
it.
and bat so bad. It's tempting. Oh, can I do it from up here? I want. No, damn. Too steep.
Too much to pay.
Wee.
Do I have fire? I don't think I have fire anymore.
I realized I just could hit him with a fireball. Oh, he. What? The tip of the fucking ladder did that? Wow.
Oh
That did no damage to him.
no.
No, that's not fair. His can reach that far, but ours can't.
Yeah, it can.
It
Ours
can?
reaches far. Yeah. That any discus spell like that reaches extremely far.
Oh.
Better not be talking up there. I'm trying to mute just in case. Look sharp.
I mean, I have to manually aim. There we go, got him.
Oh my god.
Jesus. Someone's dog howling? What the fuck?
Outside?
Yeah. Ant.
Your whole body is off and yet you're holding on. This is gonna shove me downwards.
Oh.
Yes! I love this
Nice.
game. I love this game so much.
Just. Doo-doo.
I love this game so much.
Oh wow, it's Kay's boots. Or Greaves.
My Greaves. My booties?
Yes. Oh, the boss is a omen killer who's already aggroing on me like an asshole.
I see the demo.
He recovered instantly. Wow.
I'll take him.
You missed me. What? Only one hit him. Before he.
Nicholas Needle.
Kind of useless since we didn't do the frenzy flame route.
Yeah, that's okay.
Blood sucking cracked beer.
Oh yeah.
Oh, gold item.
Blood sucking crack. Interesting. Terra
Magica. Wow.
Yeesh.
Just hoarding all the good shit.
It really was hoarding all the good shit, huh? Next up on Hoarders. How do you get down here normally? Isn't there a way down from the other side?
Yeah, there's a ladder. It's right behind me, actually. There's one of these things.
Okay, it's time for some room clearing.
Yeah.
Hey, another tears down here. Sit back down.
You didn't get hit by it? Oh, you
You
did.
did eventually. Yes, I did.
Oh. Wasn't down here? Damn. Or did you just want to come down here?
Well, I came down. I just wanted to get all the items here, but it says. Let me just double check.
Oh, we didn't do that mausoleum?
Replaced as a grave glovewort 4. Okay, so part of bail on a corpse in front of a grave overlooking Lower Castle Ensis. Access by dropping down from the Shadow Altus, starting from the cliffside near the Shadow Altus West Grace. On the bank of the horseshoe-shaped river, replaces Grace Glovewort 4. So I think it's further up.
Yeah. Because that was Shadow Altus West
Yeah,
that we dropped down from.
It's in a grave overlooking it. I have no idea what this is.
The church?
Wait, maybe I do. It says it's a grave, though, right?
Yeah, the church might have a grave.
No, I think that
No,
there
but
is
that's-
a grave up there. I think I remember seeing a grave up there. Also, wait, is that it for this area?
Yeah.
There's nothing
Very
else here.
small, like mini dungeon, I guess.
Could have sworn there was like some way through like a water side from here. Oh wait, did we go over? We did. Huh. Alright. Let's look for this grave.
Yeah.
Alright, this is the last one I'll eat since this has alcohol in it. I have like chocolates filled with different types of alcohol. 4 different types of alcohol. And that's supposed to mix alcohol. I've had like 8 pieces just now.
Oof. Yeah. This has a grave.
You say back this way.
Possibly. Maybe I missed it on the way.
Is that it? No, that's the mausoleum. Wait, but isn't there a grave over there too?
It could be on that side. Overlooking a grave.
It could also be that church, but it's overlooking. It's looking at the castle.
Well, the castle is right there. It could be the church because it is further up.
I guess I'll give it a shot.
Not seeing anything outside. Must be inside. Even I don't think we even went in here, right? Like we didn't fight.
No.
Damn. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on the outside. Oh god, leech. Who's in here? Who's going to get bodied?
Who's down there? Who is down there? Like, who do you think? Intruders. Obviously.
Shadow tree fragment. And a golden rune 1. It's not in here.
Oh, yeah.
Also, the NPC isn't spawning.
Thou shalt not
Oh,
evade
there he
the
is.
flame of Mesmer.
Nigerius. Yeah, okay, you Matrix. What? Why did I just randomly get items?
I don't know, but what?
Oh, because the game thinks we killed the Glazer. What? He died twice on my screen. What?
He's not even dead yet.
Now he's fucking dead. Fucking Mr. Catman there. Like, damn.
My grace.
We somehow got his items without killing him. That was funny.
Interesting.
That's probably a known bug at this point. Okay, so it wasn't up here. What the fuck?
Nope.
A grave over. It has to be the mausoleum.
Yeah, it has to be by the mausoleum, which is pissing me off.
That means we have to go back down towards like Templetown ruins and take the Torrent Whirlwind up there.
Yeah, we have to unlock it.
Isn't it unlocked? Let me check.
That's the one I was thinking about the entire time. I'm gonna investigate some more over here.
Yeah. Normally, oh man, where's that? Further back, I think, like somewhere over here. Have to be
These
careful.
directions suck, though.
Yeah, they do.
Whoops. In front of the grave.
Should be
Lower
here actually. There should be a whirlwind around here. Yeah, we might have to actually look up the locations of the spirit springs.
I think we misinterpreted it, actually.
I feel like it's supposed to be right here because then you jump up there. Yeah, no, it definitely is supposed to be there.
I feel like it's supposed to be down here. Am I correct? It looks like I may be correct. I am 100% correct. Found it.
Oh?
Yeah, I thought so. Okay, it's right where I am right now.
I don't even know where that's at.
It's just, you know how you went down the long way to get back into the fort side? You went on the right. We're supposed to go on the left. On the base. We're supposed to be on the base of the water.
Oh, I fucking see. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
stupid.
I remember being over here and being like, how do I get over to the fort? And also, this is the other way into the castle from here.
Yeah.
And this is that one grave.
Okay.
Final fucking Lee. Alright, now we can go ahead and get this item. Yeesh. God damn it. Alright, so you wanted me to get the regular one, and then you were gonna give me the healing thing?
Yeah. I should be able to drop it.
Her item is here. Interesting.
Oh,
Runar
yeah,
and
she's
Shadow
dead.
One, too.
Can never have nice things in Elden Ring. So you got the Dragon Bolt, right?
Dragon Bolt of Thorsax, yes.
Alright. Go Minor Earth Tree. Alright. Okay. Leave. There you go.
Nice, thank you. Alright.
Yep.
And now, now I guess we just do the last bit of the DLC.
Ender M?
And wait, is it first Rise or Outer Wall? I want to say it's first
Outer
Rise,
Wall.
right?
Wait. Oh no. Actually, yeah. Lazy to run past the enemy.
Okay. Now, where do we start again? So, this way, right? I think there's so many ways to go when you first start here.
Wait,
Like, there's
okay,
that,
so you come in, I think you come in from this side,
that
right?
side. Yeah, there's a little shortcut
Yeah.
down here that you can set up, which takes you back to the back to the Shadow Theater.
Yeah. I think it's for like one item.
Sheva!
No.
Hurry! What were you saying?
Oh wait. Oh.
What happened?
Oh no, I thought it would have kept going.
Oh wait, no, that's
Balura.
later. That's later where it takes you further down. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
We walked all
That's-
the way up here before, so.
Yeah. Hurry.
I hope we can spam that if they make a remake.
True. I hope they keep it as a co-op game if they remake it.
Yeah, we probably will.
Co-op's like genre is a dying breed. I hate it. Oh wait, there's an item up on the stairs.
Yeah, there's an item on the right side which I missed. I thought you had to go to the left, but you get to the right instead.
It's just a painting.
Good.
It's just Offerhead's painting.
Oh wait, no, there is something on
And I think now we just go forward.
the... Yeah.
Alright, what bullshit enemies await us? So
No,
far I see
go on the
nothing.
back.
Oh, plant.
You're right down.
Oh, I might die. Ooh! I dodged on like the last frame of that hitting me. Okay, no, this works. Okay, and then it hits it. He's perfectly in the wall, so some of it isn't hitting him. Ow. Oh. Like, I wasn't even gonna bother wasting arrows on him. Oh my god, Valentine face down, ass up.
Yeah.
Wait.
Hang out after Kingdom Hearts. Let me ship missions.
Wait.
It's finally done. Wow. Oh man.
Oh my god. My ass was, my head was in his ass.
Bird home. Oh, this is
Damn. Wombo comboed by perfume.
this. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to do either. Stop doing it.
Oh.
Oh, no more perfume because I fucking got rid of my magic. Like thrice, I'm
Damn, that AoE one is pretty good. I think this one just scales with X.
Bit rate.
Yeah.
Bit rate. Why is he staggering backwards? I didn't even fucking do anything.
Oh. Chaz.
Oh.
Oh, you couldn't get him even though I burnt him? Yeah, you may be fast, but I have range, bitch.
Light.
Damn. That was a nice combo.
Very nice. See ya, Val.
See ya.
See ya.
Haha. His little laugh on some of the combos. This is it.
This is it.
You know what sucks is Val got gravity maxed out, and I bet he's not even gonna spam it.
Well, this guy should show you how to spam gravity. Oh, I accidentally fell and then started walking nothing, and then there's a crab.
Oh god, and something else.
Crab, leave me alone. This crab is not
Yeah,
alone.
fuck you. Where's this crab at?
No, see, it's too late. I'm back up now.
The tree blocked me.
Foolish crab. It was a mistake to attack me.
A stocky.
There's an item up there for what? I don't remember there being an item up there. Why can't I get up from that side?
Get up.
Everyone in the laundromat was tuned into. I'm not even sure if I can talk about this on Twitch. But the whole like allegations against Jay-Z.
Oh yeah. Shadow tree frame. I wonder if we're gonna max out our shadow level.
What's the max level? 18?
20.
20? Well, we're at 17.
Oh yeah, 18. Yeah,
We're
we're at 18.
I thought we were at 17.
How many do we have now? 6? I think that's only enough for one level.
Last time I checked, I was at level 16 still, and I just leveled up to 17.
How weird.
Alright. I forget.
Oh, this is where those annoying bird guys are.
Yeah, it's this guy. Over here. Oh my god, game, please don't do that.
Did the camera almost kill you?
Not the camera, but the... Wait.
You just
What,
went
are
in
we
a
supposed to go
circle.
higher?
Yeah.
This just takes us backwards, so we have to go... Oh, wait, no, there's an item right here. How the fuck? Gravity Sim Peddler's
Wow.
Barbarian.
Horse.
Gay old horse. Fun fact, that's what they say in Castlevania Central Moon.
Oh.
They say gay old horse as an attack.
I wonder if I'll even like that game. I see a lot of people praise it.
Jonathan Charlotte. Jonathan Charlotte.
Yeah,
Jonathan Charlotte.
that's literally what I saw as one of the top comments, and someone was like, "Ah, I see someone is a man of culture." And someone said, "Culture? How?" Jonathan Charlotte, Jonathan Charlotte, Charlotte, Jonathan Charlotte, Jonathan.
Jonathan Charlotte. Just the way you could fucking spin that shit is so funny.
Yeah. Wait.
This down? Oh, really? We're gonna have some fun with this thing.
I hear not bloodstained though is pretty hard.
Aria of Sorrow?
No,
Dawn of Sorrow?
how do you even say that one? Like The one with Shinoa. I'm just
Order
gonna say that.
of Ecclesia.
Yeah. People actually said that like it's one of the best ones, but it's also one of the harder ones.
Huh.
Which
Oh.
At least it
Okay.
didn't kill you.
Yeah.
Which
We would have had some
I don't
problems
know
with it.
because Aria of Sorrow is pretty fucking difficult, even though
Aria of Sorrow is the first game. Dawn of Sorrow is the second game, right?
yeah.
Pretty sure, yes. Which
I
one
don't
do you
even
have
know
experience with? Dawn or Aria? You play both?
both, but mostly Dawn now at this point.
Wow.
It's
I think
it's
we're
just
done
because
up
it
here,
has
right?
yeah. It's just because it has stupid DS stuff.
Alright, time to do the DS stuff.
Like I'm honestly half like contemplating of just downloading a ROM and patching it with the patch that just removes the touchscreen bullshit. But at the same time, I do like having the fucking map just on the side. I like it, but I also hate it because I can't open up a full like map to see everything. Like it's just a tiny fucking screen that I have to map out.
That's some bullshit. This is the music of the entirety of Dawn of Sorrow.
Oh, he's coming. Oh Lord, he coming.
Is he chasing me?
Jump. Haha.
Oh, right. Okay. Bad item. No balls.
No
By the way.
balls.
I don't think we've seen a single. Oh, we've seen one maybe. That's better. Scholar's armament. Boring, useless. But thanks. Can we get back?
Nope. Gotta commit now.
No, I meant like, can we? How do we fall down?
It's right here. What do you mean?
What do you mean? Oh, like,
It's
where do we
this
go?
one.
Ugh.
It's this one, NK.
Oh my god.
And then I don't think there's an item on this level, right?
I
No.
think so.
Yeah. Hitting wall?
Oh god. Oh wait, this is the Euphoria.
Yeah.
Oh, we're here already? What?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I think you can just drop down here, right?
I thought it was just one thing. This is an item over here, Rolana's helm. I don't think it gives any boost, but
Boost?
I'm drinking my shit. Because I'm not coming back for my rune. Golden rune
True.
10. Why is that drop so narrow though? God damn.
Which one? The one to the ledge or this one?
The one that we just took that I was like, where the fuck did we go?
I'm shocked you like forgot about it.
Because I was looking at it and I was like, that's weird. It doesn't look like it could fall down. Where are we supposed to go? No, it's just eyes. Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah. There was no item on that side, right? Or there was?
There was an item when I walked all the way around. It's just this silly little item, but I say silly little item because I can't remember. Yes?
Oh, no, I just did it because I was floating, but then
you
I
can
fell.
do that while floating? That's hilarious.
Yeah. God. This whole, like, section.
Why did they make it like this? Let's see you make it. Alright, you made it. Nice, you knocked that over too.
Yeah.
Oh wait, this is where the guy got bodied. Oh,
Yeah. It's this place. The funniest clip ever.
Yeah. Top 10 players get bodied moments in Elden Ring. Number 1. Heading down there too or something?
Fuck, which elevator? I think, is this the one that takes you back up?
But I can't remember.
Yeah,
There's like a way
yeah.
to...
Go to the big elevator.
This one?
No, that's the one that takes you back.
This is the one that takes you further down that we were just thinking about earlier in the lobby, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think the enemy will be hard or easy? Sorry, hard or Val?
Easy. Val.
I think it will also be Val.
Yes. Why does that dog have so much health? What the fuck?
Because that's an enemy. So it's small.
Die. Euphoria. Oh, another valve. Damn.
See ya.
Haha, you thought it was an elevator.
Yeah, I was like, huh, is that a hole or an elevator? This is the elevator.
They really should have just put the elevator there.
Yeah.
Death.
Pretty much.
Skinny sword.
Yep, still not skinny enough. Not worth it.
Yeah, not.
It's a curved sword, which is funny, but not worth it.
I guess for the ash, it's fine, but I feel like we have the spell anyway.
Yeah. Wait, no, we don't actually.
We
I
don't?
think we don't have Zamor Ithram yet at all, which is sad.
No, yeah, we don't.
Incredible.
Oh, I guess we got it in blade form.
Yeah. Good enough, I suppose. Good enough for me. I forget what that's from. I don't remember quoting it from watching something. It was most likely Line Thought, but I just can't remember what. Like commercial or game we're playing in years. Wait a second. Where is the smaller elevator? Oh no, this is where we came from, right? Why are there two elevators? Wait, can't we jump from here to another part of the castle? No,
That's
this is
later.
another one. That's another one. Nice.
Oh my gosh. The camera was just zoomed in on my face.
There's nothing up here, right? Yeah.
Oh. Just fall here.
Most worthless elevator ever.
Yeah. And now we go fight the element
Jackass
benders. Oh, I see that gold item to the left there. That's hidden as fuck too. Oh.
What gold item?
Right here, unless you already grabbed this. Yeah.
Oh no.
Or a lose Earth Shaker. Ugh. That's-
Earthshaker. Terra's weapon. Funnily enough, I got this item. Oh, he... Did you realize this guy was coming downstairs so, like, casually?
Yeah.
Get the fuck away from me.
Nice, I staggered him.
No, you didn't.
He's stuck.
Yes, he is. Can you go through the wall?
Yep.
Why did I think that it wouldn't? I'm trying to get out.
I got him.
I'll just keep attacking this one. No. Big mistake. And this is a shortcut for the way back. Can't remember which one, but a gold item. Oh.
Oh, there it is.
Well, actually, it's not too out of the way. But now we have to go back if we want to use it.
Yep.
Do you want to see what's up there on the plateau?
Yeah, I guess. We always like never get to see it.
Okay.
A stone, natural born of the void.
Can kill himself.
Yeah. Hate him so much. I shoot lasers as soon as you walk through.
That's ridiculous. I remember thinking that, like, that's just too much. What the fuck?
And then he's so fucking far away, so you have to run at
I
him.
know, that's the worst part. It's just... can't hit from across the map, so... Wow, I'm really running with this armor set the whole game, huh?
Yeah.
It's
I'm
fine.
just a naked dragon now. So well. Light altar. Isn't there like a grace as soon as you get out? Yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
What dragon is that? A regular one, it looks like.
I don't know, but I'm going to do this. $44 intelligence.
44? Damn.
Yep. I can start using my int spells. Nothing over here.
Let's look at this. Hollow bashed.
I mean, this is essentially Radiant Garden
True.
with the light coming out. Did he say that he liked Hollow?
He didn't say anything about Hollow Bastion.
Yeah, I don't think I heard it. The hole was right there, dude.
Oh, nice. He died for me too. I'm sure he didn't like it though for the section of fucking doing puzzles and not being able to attack. You have to rely on beasts.
I'm not attacking him, but
Yeah.
what is hitting me? The blood is hitting
The
me?
blood? What?
That I can't see, game?
That shit blends in.
Not only that, but it's not appealing. Right.
Is the way down over here?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I guess. Oh, yep, it was right here. Ballista bolt. Oh my god. Game almost killed me. Right, we cleared out the rooms. We just go to the church now, or should we do everything else on here?
We'll just go to the church. I didn't mean to summon that, but
It's a lightning dragon? What? Actually, I want to see how much damage this does to it.
what the fuck? That did not touch me.
Oh, I can't make any more rip. Oh.
I can get around to hit it.
Yeah, I don't have a clear shot on him either. Oh, I do.
Nice, you saved me. Damn it, man. Dash. Stab him. Damn it.
Nice.
Damn. I'm gonna go just spamming that spell. I love it. Wraith calling bells. Redundancies. Thing. Manus Celes. Stop me from getting that. Huh.
What? Ooh, gold item. Oh wow, it's Kay's favorite enemy.
Yeah, the sunflower. I think I said that I first tried the sunflower, right?
Yeah.
Or did I do it in 3 tries? I can't remember. I know it didn't take me that many tries though.
I really love the boss fight just because it's like, oh, you thought I was dead. No, I'm back. Oh, I'm doing it again.
Yeah, that part got me. I was like, what the fuck? Like, why are you here?
Like, it just refused to die.
But the future refused to change.
Yep. Oh. I love how your mimic for me was just a vagabond.
Oh, interesting.
Jeff.
Basically. For no random reason.
Now we see Ronnie.
Oh, is it Anna? Can't talk to her?
Oh, there it is. Elden Ring isn't a pretty game. Elden Ring.
And then I slipped the ring on her finger. It said, William
Yeah, she already has a ring on.
Close the door. Oh, the door wasn't closing. Oh. Headphones?
Oh. Oh, pff.
So it was thee who would become my lord.
Oh, put on that.
Perhaps I needn't have warned thee.
Yeah.
I am pleased, however. I go now to the night sky. I bid thee, and once all is...
And then she fucks off.
Oh.
She gave a white item. Pff. She gave a sunflower.
You have enough sunflower. Here's another one. Well, we put the ring on our finger. We want to see what this boss is, the ringleader's overkill. I don't really care
Sure.
for the rise, but
Yeah.
there's a ton of dragons down the path, so that's always fun.
Ow.
We can just get some random items from them, whoever they may be.
Yeah. Horse. Stop. Val loves slash hates stop.
He likes what?
He loves slash hates stop.
Flash and stop?
No, I mean like he loves and hates stop.
Oh, why? It makes it too easy?
No, he likes being able to freeze the enemies. He just hates when Donald and Goofy do it, and then like enemies take forever to fucking die.
Oh, yeah. I blame Dolan for that one.
Yeah.
It's all Dolan's fault. Donald! Thank you.
Arrow is a spell that should have like returned later
Yeah,
entries.
Defensive spell should have returned.
Yeah.
I died.
Well. Point downwards.
Once again.
Once again, Jack. I can't
is
trigger
it
it.
Uh-oh. That's not.
Wait. What?
Oh,
Am I gonna get
what?
that fixed it? Okay.
What
I
did
was
you
in a
do?
limbo. I was in like a limbo. I was in here but not in here.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
Again? I swear we've always gotten this guy in one of these.
Yeah.
And he hits like a truck.
Where he's supposed to be.
Good friend. That's so much fucking health. Damn. Oh, he's doing this bullshit combo.
Sick. So much fun.
No, you're not killing him.
Game?
Wow, it just didn't give it to you. Ha 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 ha! He's gonna throw it at both of us.
There it is.
Perfect. I can flame grant me strength.
Give me strength.
Jesus. Oh, he's doing the combo.
I saw him this time. Nice. I like how his spinning the wings made me sit down. Oh, I know exactly how I'm gonna be able to body the mob when they jump us, because like I think all of them are gonna jump us.
The mob?
Yeah, Freya's mob. I'm not
Oh.
Freya's. What's her face? That
Oh,
chick,
uh, fuck, why did I
Leto.
forget her? Yes, there you go.
I just saw her sword. I was like, her sword is somewhere over here. Oh, Lord of Foy was there. He was beaten. We had been to the lunar estate, and we are happy. All right, back to.
No, didn't we only do Moonfolk? It was Moonfolk runes that we didn't do Lunar Estate.
Yeah, but I mean, if you
Yeah.
want, we can do that one too.
Nah, we can leave now. We saw this
Oh.
area. Well, I guess we're going now.
Yeah, I mean, we could just teleport back to NLM.
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 Such a dumb name.
Final rise in NLM. There has to be some specific way to say this shit.
I wish they would have like a pronunciation thing.
Oh. Would you like to go outside?
Spin. Don't forget to kill the asshole on the roof.
Yeah.
You can't fit, but you can probably hit through all these walls. Oh, it's Val. That's funny. Splat.
He dropped an item.
He dropped
Fuck,
an item
I
for you?
missed it.
Wow. He didn't drop one for me.
Yeah, there's a living jar shard on this asshole's blocking the door, of course.
Spin. I just hear him spinning.
Can you get over here, please? Thank you. I just needed him to move the tiniest bit.
I just see you squeeze through the door.
Yep. How do you fucking do that? Actual skin sword.
Oh,
Where'd
Val's
it go?
dead.
Okay, right.
Left. Oh,
Wait.
another Val.
There's nothing over here, right? Why are you laughing?
Because we were both running in the same direction.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the way we both tilted the stick at the exact same time. It's pretty amazing. What? Okay.
Yeah, do you like how you get stuck for a second?
On random bullshit, yes.
Giant butthole.
Oh my god, I almost fell off. What? Why did I almost fall off? There's nothing down there. Only up. Just like that video game.
True. I still need to play like that Elden Ring map. It's like that.
Oh yeah. Wasn't there a skateboard section? Like a skateboard
I don't
map
even know.
from this specific area, actually, like directly right here. I'm remembering. For the DLC, I remember seeing that on Twitter one day.
Nice. Die.
Golden seed. Alright. I need it. I think that's the
Not-
very last golden seed at this point.
Yeah.
I wish you could stab them.
He fucking teleported.
The way he was
He got
teleporting was
bodied.
ending still.
Yes.
Boom.
And he just got flung backwards.
Dies. Shadow tree fragment.
It's weird that the shadow tree is there, but like you never get close to it. Do you?
Yeah, we don't. We don't even get inside. go inside.
Which is wasted potential because there's a fucking like, I don't even know what that is. I guess part of the castle over there.
Yeah, there's some building in it. Gold item that I almost missed. Staff of the Great Beyond, and it's +10.
Oh, that's actually pretty good for me.
That's good progress.
Is this the one that's like both
Both?
things? Yeah.
But it's scaled down slightly because of it.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
It actually has better incant scaling than the giant seal.
Oh yeah, I bet.
I guess I'll keep
the one
it.
that I have, but Golden Order Seal is the best. But if I were to overwrite it, let's see. The strength is high, and that's about it. Actually, sorcery scaling is 315. Oh wait, sorcery scaling. Incant scaling, sorcery scaling. Wait, where's the incant scaling then?
Wait, oh, did I misread that? Oh yeah, guess I did. It clearly, unless the sorcery scaling counts, like for
Yeah.
both. Yeah, it must be that they probably forgot to write it as both. Bye. Even though that elevator has to come back.
Yeah. I just wanted to see if he would kill himself. Oh, this is the
No.
elevator where we can jump off.
Yeah, this is the annoying one.
He did indeed kill himself or walk off.
The blood.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it was right there that you do it. Damn.
Oh, okay. Don't you want to do it?
Isn't there items down here too? Or...
Yeah, but I figured that we skip the thing up there first. So don't have to go back down.
Oh.
Army and blank.
Junk. Wow, that really was junk.
All fell.
Hmm. And we both have to jump in wits.
I'd rather not jump now. I'd rather send it back down.
Don't even bother.
Why? What is
Glintstone staff plus 25.
it? Is that the only item that's down there?
Is that an item on the stairs? No, it's just from the dead guy. Can I make it? Nice. Yeah, that was literally the only item.
Hero's Ruin and some more mask on the stairs.
I'm coming up.
Wait, but then where's this lead us? Oh, this is just what we missed.
Yeah.
Or did we? I feel like this is different.
Yeah, I already got that item right there. Yeah, isn't this where we came in from?
I guess so.
Is it?
I'm not gonna go
Wait.
all the way down there.
No, it has to be.
I think it is, yeah. Because there's another area that looks almost exactly like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. It is.
Annoys the fuck out of me. But there's no way back up. So you're gonna have to go for it, right?
No, there is.
Okay. In the meantime, I'll take care of the Birdman. Who is not even here.
I
These enemies are
ran
just not
past
here.
this guy. I
Yeah.
just didn't give him the time of day.
I killed him.
I was like,
He's
no.
not here. A lot of these
Yeah, what
enemies are
the
just not
Oh, wait,
here.
no, he is. He's on the stairs.
Oh, the slug. Oh my god. Wow. Worth it. Worth as just as much as the fight was.
Yeah.
And another shadow tree
Oh,
fragment, isn't there?
what's up, Ray?
Triple rings of light. Oh.
Oh, fuck.
We can level up our shadow level again. Our shadow
Oh,
the
nice.
hedgehog level 18 now.
It might be
Oh wait,
next
to level
level.
19?
Oh, wait, you're right. Only at 16. I could have sworn we were at 18.
One away.
Chill. I'm the original. You're the imposter. Damn, really? One away? Well,
Oh.
5 ashes to max it out? Damn. I mean, we haven't been using summons in the DLC that much anyway. Oh, it's time to body people.
Yeah.
I really love how she yaps too. Like she was really gonna do something.
Ansbach. At least he's on our side. Because TLEA is not on our side because the game won't allow us to do the thing that we need to do.
Oh no, we
we
can.
have the well key. We have the well key. I just realized.
Yeah.
You want to do the well first before we do Letta? You want to see if we can just do all this shit before we can body Letta?
Yeah.
Take them all. Okay. So
We can
let's
do the
use
well.
the well key. The well key is here, right? Stage front, or is it small
The
private?
well. Fuck. Wait.
Yeah, the Divine Beast stage front. I'm gonna say it's Belarut Tarselma.
Yeah, that's Belarot.
And then we walk down the stairs and go down the alley.
You on your Steam Deck? I saw you've been playing Batman.
Or just up and to the right. Oh god, the fucking bear. I forgot about the bear.
That's not a bear, that's a hippo.
No!
Oh wait. Went the wrong way. It's wavy, not gonna. Why is this guy after me? Go away.
Where are you?
I had went down the stairs instead of up past the bear.
Huh. There was a hippo there? No.
Oh, did you? He jumped down, didn't you?
No, I fell because the game wouldn't give me the fucking thing, and I was trying to run before things beat the shit out of me. Thank you, game.
You liking the Steam Deck?
Let's just break it in.
Which one you were harassing me about it, you would have harassed me like 2 weeks earlier to that, because you could have gotten the limited edition white one.
Limited edition? Why is white a limited edition? It's
Apple.
a white colored. Oh.
I'm just blaming it on Apple.
Prince of
People
Death
just
exists.
associate the color white on electronics with premium.
Yeah. Well, that was one hell of a fight.
It was easy. Taunter's tongue.
Not so decent items over there. They're all kind of garbage. This whole area is garbage.
Even this like gold one? Wait, no, never mind, they're blues. Oh yeah, it is all garbage. I was telling my girl that I was gonna buy it to keep it in the box, let the value run up on it. Yeah. I'm sure scalpers are selling it for like at least a band on eBay.
fan.
They gotta do whatever they can though, since no one's buying their shitty PS5 Pros. I thought you can jump on it on this side. I guess not.
E2. Oh, there's none over here.
Miyazaki.
Traveler's
I mean,
slops. What the fuck?
I mean the
Traveler.
poison areas suck ass. Elden Ring. 2 minutes.
I think I'm really good at making poison swamps. He says
He says,
before the DLC comes out.
also
There's not a singular poison
Miyazaki.
swamp.
I made the DLC the size of Limgrave.
He's just a liar for no fucking reason. Stop lying, bro. Worse than Sizzle.
And also Miyazaki. I have no plans to work on anything Elden Ring related.
Like, actually, you are such a liar.
Fucking the Game Awards
Bro, why are
for
you
Elden Ring
lying?
Night Rain. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, let's take a step back.
Bro's a pathological liar.
It's over. There's just a pile of bodies, bro. Why is there a pile of bodies? Oh my god. What are you fighting over there? Why
It was a slime. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore the enemies.
the slime was making that noise?
Oh no, that was me coughing.
No, it sounded like some like the handsy guy.
Oh,
That's what I heard.
oh no, this guy has to die though. And
This
fucking
guy
dog.
is chasing. Stop. Stop chasing him for 5 seconds, dick rider. Damn.
Yeah, he has to die. Oh damn, killed him twice. I'm poisoned. Oh, that's because I rolled in it.
Yeah, same. I was like, no, so that doesn't
Missed.
die. Question: we fought like the old, the small piece you up guy, right? Piece you up samurai goblin. We fought him twice already.
Yeah.
Just making sure. I think that's everything.
Let me get rid of this shit. Never mind, I got rid of flame cleanse me.
There's supposed to be like a bird soldier over here, but I think we got the drop.
Yeah, it was the rock guy.
Yeah, we can add it.
And Ray, you should have bought Batman. You could have asked me for my Epic account. I have the entire like Batman collection on it.
Oh wait, did we go up that side? Oh wait, no, I know what's making that noise. Bro, you can even see it.
The worm? Oh, I hear a big stomping. Oh, is it the hippo? Yep.
Would you like to open the door?
Let me open the door. I'm gonna die.
Bro. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh shit! I'm gonna die! He's gonna knock me
All right,
out.
I'm risking it.
Oh my god!
I'm luring him away from the door.
It's too late!
Oh, he knocked you off.
Oh my god!
Oh, you been had the Batman collection? Oh, you just playing it now?
Oh shit! Why did he do that? Man, it's like,
Why is he just standing there now? There you go, he's dead.
Whoa. At least I was up here for a while, so my rooms are up here. I'm like, God damn. All right, hang on a second.
When you were like, do you want to open it? I had like maybe 10 health left.
I wanted you to open the door because I had the charge, and I was like, if he does it, I can easily kill it. But
And
I
then
should've
the
just opened
random
the door.
ad soldier.
I don't know how he squeezed through. Okay, we need to know where, we already have the ring, right? Is that what you're saying before, that we can go into the fissure?
We don't need a ring. We just had to get to the Shadow Keep.
Right.
We
Right, okay.
we-
Alright. Oh shit, it's 11:21.
Oh. Wait, what do you have to do?
Duolingo.
Oh.
What is that? Furui? And then,
Man, it just...
what the hell is that sound?
Wait, hold on.
Doyobi?
Ray, what games you got on Steam? I don't think you really got a lot, do you?
Kaimas.
I think it got mostly free-to-play games.
Oh! Why can I barely hear this? Something's not right about Duolingo right now.
Are you doing it on your phone?
Yeah, but like I can barely hear. I know it's not my hearing.
Where'd you warp back to?
The fissure.
Oh, you want to do it now? Okay. Keep your Discord. Alright, hold up.
Doyobi is Saturdays. That's what I thought. Okay. I'm like, it's old person, and then B. So I like the way that they say, like the characters make different days in Japanese. Because Wednesday is like, Wednesday, you think of wind, but it's not wind, it's like water instead. So it's like the symbol for water, and then Yobi. Which Yobi is just a day. So Saturday, Wasaka Owashimasu. Okay, on Saturdays, I play soccer.
If you want, I can invite you to my Steam
Saturday,
family.
Shimatsu wa Gemu
Because I have
on weekends I play
Raheem
games.
and
Video games.
Jalen in here. Can have up to 6 people though. So I'm really only adding certain people. Because it's very restrictive of what you
on weekends,
like, how often you could do it.
Brother.
Turn on light. Yeah.
Dekakemas? Dekakemas. Are you going to go out?
I'm gonna send it and
Do you often go out? Often go out with friends? 7 o'clock, that's Shuki. While it's Saifu. Videos beside me
alright, there you go. I sent you an invite.
Dekakemas?
I was trying to get my other friend to join who got mad fucking games on his Steam library, but he's paranoid about the shit. I hate old people.
Okay. We're good.
Or just
We
dumb
can begin
people.
now.
Alright.
Lessons. Alright. Now that we know this area, we can get this done in maybe like 20 minutes, right?
The fissure? Yeah.
Yeah, Fissure is really fast. Like, it's way quicker than you might think.
Yeah, it's just the enemies are tanky.
Yeah.
So here, just spawn here. Why are they writing in the group chat? The Lethal Company. Let me see.
I assume it'd be Rue talking, because 9 should be...
Yeah, it is. No, we didn't play. Poor Rue. I'm sure she did want to play.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't know if she could, because she was like, I can't really...
No, she said she worked, right?
That, and also, she's like, I can't really play on until January.
Should be dead from that. Yep.
Can we go to the left here?
I want that because Nyan trolling.
Huh?
Either Nyan or Bao is trolling.
What do you mean?
They keep reacting to her message and then removing the reaction. But she saw it. She's like, I want the emote. Oh, is this the death drop? The not death drop? Okay.
It's the not death drop. Whoa, and then run. Walk down this hill that you see my like compass thing on. Just run down it.
Yep.
Like, what the fuck? This is not the way down. Is that? Is that you?
Yeah.
You want to kill Val? It went away just as I was gonna use it.
Yeah. Exterminate the vermin.
Good. Deserve. Oh, get back. Damn! Why is it all over here? Oh, there's another one? Oh wait, no, there were just 2 bats. I was like, there's no way you knocked the one all the way over there back over here.
I just got home from work. It's like 11.
Anyway, let me see who's trolling right now. I thought Val would be asleep at this point. And want that emote. Just got home from work. Let's schedule it for another day again. Technically, we could have played.
I mean, it could be me, you, and Rule, but
I prefer to have 4 people.
yeah.
Possible.
Lethal Company with just 3 people is kind of annoying.
Yeah.
And not fun because either all 3 of you stay together and possibly die, or one person
2
splits
people
off.
die.
Yeah.
Alright, it's time to get the other express weapon.
We.
Remind me to pay off my credit card by when we get off. Oh,
Oof.
the game.
No, I think you fall in the rubble, right? Oh no.
Nothing over here. Nothing over here.
Nope.
It'd be
What
cool if the
awaits?
weapon was still here, and it's not here.
Oh wait. Come back.
You want to blow the
Wait,
weapon?
no, here's an item we missed.
Oh, what the hell? I've never seen that item.
I only noticed it because I saw the blue item,
Wow.
but okay.
There's a guy hanging out to like the left or right side. I saw.
Yeah. It's a ghost knight.
Nice. Who is that above?
It's a minotaur. I'm gonna leave them because it's funny.
Smog guy. Yeah, that's what you get for backstepping. Thought you could evade.
Wait.
Reto.
I can't even hit him with that Astral War, damn.
I could probably. do one.
He's just stuck walking on nothing.
I can't even.
Target him. I would have to
Yeah, me
manually hit
neither.
him.
Oh well.
You think if I shoot him, he'll fall down?
Yes. Oh, he did fall down.
Oh!
Oh, there it is. Won't be able till the second week of January, I think. I move in next week. I figured as much.
Nice. At least she'll get her own place finally.
Yep, which means no interruptions.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. It's not really her own place, but yeah.
It won't be as bad.
Yeah. She told me that she was coming to New York in February. And I was like, oh, what for? And then she was like, my sister and I want to go to this one restaurant. And I was like, okay. And I was like, why are you spending 2 days in New York with that? But, I mean, it's fine because a ride from Philly isn't too long.
Yeah.
Well, I say it isn't too long, but I'm pretty sure it's like 4 hours to and back. So, like, we have to
It's not
take
that
the
terrible.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god, we're in the sniper territory.
Thankfully, there's none around. I've only seen one, I think. Drake Knight gauntlets. That's cool.
Now I'm the sniper.
Yep. Oh, it's just a-
Do you see the Chaz slowly coming over here?
which one?
The imp Chaz.
Oh, I see him.
I fell down. Game, really? Okay.
Hang on a second, let me film.
10. Oh, there's a snail.
Yeah.
Dead now.
And the other thing
Any
is
other?
alive, right?
What is that? Is that just a rock? Yeah, oh my god, I just realized the big ass Val.
Oh! There may be snipers yet.
Get the item. Go. I had to grab the Drake Knight gauntlets.
Are you a sniper? Yay or nay?
Oh, no,
No,
he's a
he's-
blow up one.
He's an op.
He
Those
is.
usually snipers were still on.
Oh, he's the one that fucking reforms himself afterward.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah. Dead now.
I see. Yeah, the corporate puzzles are done. Running away. Can you get this guy? You can. Hey, rat. Rato! See you. Alright, we are officially at the halfway point of the fissure. Actually, we already were at the halfway point. Oh, look, it's that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get him first. Never mind. Can you get him from there?
For some reason, I can't hit those guys. What the fuck? Arrow just barely missed Val. There you go.
Oh, that thing is there too? Oh god, are you serious? How do I get down from here?
Oh, what the fuck? There's a platoon right here.
Yeah, that's what I was like, can you get that guy?
I
just
couldn't
really
see
missed
him from up there, but yeah, he's
Figure out
dead
he
now.
was in your blind spot, because he was in my blind spot. I didn't see him until I went up. Can I hit Val?
Yep, but now he's mad. Ow. Oof. Oh, watch how he's doing the laser.
Maybe dead.
Yeah, definitely use Holy on him.
Oh man, this is a predicament here. Get me out of here! Ugh.
I hit him, so he was aggroed on me. Yeah, for some reason I couldn't blow up these guys. There we go. I guess they went too far.
Possibly. Fire arrows. Dun-dun-dun-dun. That would make me very happy if this isn't Orlando.
Kate never gets Din's fire or fire arrows.
That's the thing that I hate the most. I think it's just AP thing.
I think so too. Why'd you send me a router link, Ray?
Oh.
No.
Gold?
Who's that?
White.
What is that? Oh, horse guy.
Where'd the horse go? What?
I hit him so hard the horse disappeared.
Put into the ground.
That was Val in horse form.
Wait, before we jump down. Is there a way up here or do we just go around it? I think we just go up around somehow. Or maybe we were already.
No.
Maybe we were already up there.
Were we?
No, were we?
No, we were not.
Alright, then it's this way. Or
What?
here.
No, maybe on the other side.
On the other side, yeah. Did you just fall down?
Yeah, you can fall down.
That didn't look livable, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, never mind.
I don't think you can actually get up that.
Dead valve.
No, you can't.
So it's just there to
If you had the horse, you probably could, because you could probably jump on the side of those rocks.
Yeah.
Guess we go down.
What are you killing now?
It was a vow.
Oh, I see. There's an item over here that I never knew about.
Oh,
I just so happened to check around here.
that's some bullshit.
I know, like, what the fuck? All these items I'm finding. I finding now. I'm in the mood for Indian. I'm gonna order some Indian tomorrow, maybe.
Oh, what the fuck? My input overlaid. Oh, because I deleted the folder, right? When I was cleaning out my downloads folder. Oh, wow.
See ya.
I didn't hit the dog with that? What?
But it's okay.
Another ant.
Gotcha. I'm not sure which one of us took it out. I think I did.
Yeah, you for sure did.
Beast repelling torch plus 24. That would have been nice.
Yeah.
The last thing that we're doing.
Don't know how you didn't notice the rock guy in the ceiling. Unless you ignored him.
Oh, no, I did not see him. What?
He's floating. Nice.
And to poop.
Yep.
And there's just poop sitting in the...
Poop in the fucking ceiling. Very New York.
The formidable rat.
Yep.
Once again.
Why is it always rat?
Names. Nothing and nothing.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that being said, this is now 98% left.
Yep, it's the boss.
99.
Yep. Oh my god. All the animals. Kill the animals. Don't save them. It's a moose. Jesus.
Why is the dragonfly alive? Die.
And two
I hate
two
some-
fucking squirrels survived.
Oh, really? That's Schmuck, so Schmuck can stay alive.
Oh.
If he ever watches my stream, he's gonna be like, why are you assigning me to a squirrel? Just like that.
Very schmuck thing to do.
Yeah.
Okay, Train, why am I a squirrel?
Oh, please grant me the courage to go outside, to fly to your feet, my dearest sea Trina. See ya.
Oh.
have time to see who it is down here, because Lord help.
I mean, now challenge the area boss.
Oh my god, okay.
Who was it? What the fuck? Oh my god. Why is it Malekith? That's actually annoying.
Do we have this thing? I think we do. Please, I was in the menu, Malekith.
Oh, he's gonna take you out. I'll go with the shield
You quit
boys.
reading. At least I took him down for you.
Oh, he's really weak. What the fuck?
He's really strong. Does as much damage as about as much damage as this boss would, which is crazy because we're level 18.
Might die.
Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta figure. He looks like
Oh, I dodged.
he looks kind of like a peaceful.
Behold my true form and my true power.
Now, let me see if I can stay alive for like 2 seconds this time.
Alright, since he wants to be cheap. Guessing. That's tree. This. Fall down. Let me get Mira on standby.
I got it. Damn it. Where was I supposed to?
Where did I put my runes at? What the fuck? Okay, whatever.
Was that me?
Both of us. I staggered him.
Game, please.
That's unfortunate. The tick damage. Yeah, nice try.
Why does he look like? Oh
I'm
my
dead.
god! You know what's killing me about Malekith right now is that he looks like a Pokemon. He looks like a Rillaboom. Or
Damn. Oh, there goes my runes. I don't know where the fuck they were.
oh, they were probably in the game somewhere.
Oh, they're right there. I couldn't see that shit. It blends in with all the fucking flowers.
Oh, that happened to me one time. I just couldn't see my shit.
I had like, I think 180,000 or something like that.
Oh, I see. You didn't drink the
I-
pop?
No, I have I stagger easily and I do more damage with more hits as my pots.
Let me see.
Okay, wait.
This is gonna be doing
This.
Holy's not doing that much damage. So I might as well sword kill it. Raise up to this sorceries, fellowship. I'm not really using my skill, so. Shorten
Maybe
spell.
I'll switch.
I can raise my potency of my sorceries twice. Interesting. Very interesting that I can do that. Alright, you can jump around.
Hold on.
He's dead this time.
I put supposedly freezing grease on my cannon, so hopefully that helps. Oh. Summon my mirror.
Raising spell casting time really makes the difference when doing it with a dog.
Yeah.
Wow, that still came out. The way they all jumped him at the same time. Oh, they both do jump slashes. Bro.
Sit down.
They really jumped, bro.
Be gone.
Look at that, that's so stupid. They jumped, bro. They messed they fucking bro up. I'm not sure if you can find it for me. I was looking for it today. This image of a cat with like cup noodles stuck stacked on its head, or like the ramen cup stacked on its head, and he's just sleeping. It's so fucking funny. Like you just see the image of them getting progressively. Oh wait, no, it's not. It's not. It's not a cat. It's a guy. It's a guy with a bunch of cup noodles stacked on his fucking head. I thought it was a cat, but it's actually just a guy. I could have sworn there was an image of a cat with it happening, but like the image with the guy gets progressively higher and higher, and it's so fucking funny. And I think there's
Oh
like
my
shoeboxes on his head. It's so fucking stupid. Wait, let me see if I can find it. Alright, my favorite song in the game.
Wait. I'm gonna put on the fucking Twiggy tier now because of this bullshit.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, I didn't heal? Hang on a second.
You need to die like 10 times for this section.
I just realized we never leveled up. I mean, I never healed for that boss fight.
I didn't either. I only drank magic.
Wow.
It was just to summon Mira. Oh wait, there's shit here. Oh, it was junk.
Imbibe. There.
Alright, kill me. Oh,
No!
okay, he's walking.
Oh wait,
I
pressed
can't
the
see.
button in time. You canceled it?
Oh wait, fuck, I didn't drink my thing. No.
You didn't? You have the effect on my screen.
Nah, I'm lightning. I'm dead.
Nice, he died twice. Imbibe nectar. Delicious.
Oh, now I drink it.
Boing.
Nice, you died twice. Why do you have to do this?
Funnily enough.
It's so slow.
Yeah.
I need to drink poison?
Yeah. Oh, the game just killed me twice because you did it. I lost my runes. That's so cool.
What? But you're already dead.
Yeah, and then I died again as soon as I spawned in.
Wow.
Wow, what an amazing way to
But meanwhile, when I did it, you just didn't die. Okay.
Oh. Kingdom Hearts creator Tetsuya Nomura was unwilling to budge on non-Disney protagonist. Yes, we know this. It's been 20 years. We know this.
You know this. It's why Sephiroth is in Kingdom Hearts 3.
Well, it doesn't explain that, but...
Nice, you're walking in place.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, you were.
MTA could raise NYC congestion pricing till 25% on gridlock alert days. But Hochul
Okay,
special
now you're
won't
dead.
allow it. Meanwhile...
Yeah, do you know they're increasing the fares again?
I saw
for
that
New
it's
Year?
90.
Yes.
I was like, what the fuck?
I was like, when are they just gonna say, yeah, the fare is just gonna be $5?
This is gonna keep going up.
Yep. And what pisses me off is they claim it's because we don't make enough money. Like, that's a damn lie.
It's not. It's the whole government that's causing this issue.
Yeah.
But God damn it. Have you been imbibing the nectar?
No, because I didn't want to fucking kill you twice and make you lose shit.
I mean, I have 0. There's nothing to make me lose it.
Well, bye. Oh.
See ya. Imbibe.
Fucking Ashy Arnold.
Ashy Arnold.
Yeah. That's what the lighting makes my fake Arnold look like.
I mean, he just looks white.
Ashen one. I think now she's gonna talk.
Yeah, this is the second time she spoke to me. One more time. And then we talked to
Don't turn the poor thing into a god.
Into a god. Kill Mikala. Oh, nice. I died again.
Oh, good. So you 2 lost runes.
Oh, no. I had the physique.
R2 had the...
But I wonder where it's going to place them. Is it just going to place them at the Grace? Yeah, it did. Oh, at least now I don't need to kill myself. Because that should be the last dialogue with her, right?
Yeah, you must kill Nicola.
Yep.
Alright. Oh, you were just... That's cool. You were sliding for a second.
Oh, wait. Do you want to see it more?
What?
Oh, I'm not sliding no more for you?
No,
Damn.
yeah. You were sliding for like a split second.
It's so funny when it happens. Because you're just basically sliding around like this.
Alright, see how we...
Will he even be there because we progressed so far?
Oh. It says he's here. Suck. He said he would suck? Eyebrow raise?
Damn. He suck.
Alright, he said he'll make the journey. I'm bothering with things that I do not feel like doing right now. Speaking of which,
Ugh.
Centrina. Oh, Centrina.
where's my
What
post on Blue
velvety
Sky?
ambrosia is this? Your poison and the sweet sleep that follows. Oh, please, let me hear your voice. Thank you. To think I'm dressed soon. Let me be. Oh, you must, Centrina. It must be me. Oh, thank you. I am the only I can. Why would you? If you should, I won't be held.
I don't know runes.
Please, I cannot believe. I will
Alright,
never.
he's mad now.
Oh, is he? Oh, he
Yeah.
died. Wait, did we kill him?
No.
I'll
Oh,
never forgive you.
is he laying down for you?
Yeah, he's like, I'll never forgive you.
Yeah, now he's gonna want to fight.
I didn't even do anything. I literally didn't do anything. What do
I
you
will
want from me?
never forgive you. For your trespass, you will know my poison.
Oh fuck, it's Giza. You with that? You're dumb. Oh. Wow, he perfectly dodged your attack.
How is he dodging?
I don't know. What the fuck?
Well, he's just chasing us. We're alone.
Fuck you. Gosh. He kept perfectly dodging your attacks.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. You're sliding. Yeah. Oh, I'm a sore loser. And now we go talk to him. I love how you beat his ass and then he's like, no, wait, you were right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like, and it says he died, but he didn't actually die at all.
I was no
Yeah.
good to anyone. Weak as a kid.
What are
I
you
suppose.
talking about?
Tell me, assuming you. What did? Could it please in my century in my.
Okay, now we
My
touch
restless
Greece again.
dreams. I see that time. Silent Hill.
Orphan of Cos?
Orphan of Cuz? Cuz?
That's it? Okay. I guess now he'll just help us.
Cool, alright. Anyways, back to Ellen.
True. Back to giving Letta these hands and bullets.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
In M.
Wait, did I go the right way? I did not.
No.
That's what I thought. But I didn't think it was too far gone, but
Yeah, it makes no sense on the map. Actually, wait. Might have been right.
and it does. No, this is
Oh, wait,
correct.
no. Yep, there's a summon sign now. Along
These
with
are the only
on
two
spot.
people you can-
There's a way to get, like, mostly everyone. Like, you can even get Dry Leaf to help you, but
Dirty Dan.
it's funny to just body everyone.
I'm gonna try to do the wave on everybody. See how that
Do
goes.
the wave. Do the worm. I wonder if this fight is gonna be bugged. I hope it's not. That would suck if we have to like do it solo.
It's taking its time. That would really suck.
Because I did see a couple of people mention it in the rando server, like that it's a little glitchy.
approach Mikula the Kind.
Don't you
Needle
dare.
Knight Ledder, Dryleaf Dane, and our allies will never allow this.
Shut up, Letta. No, you're Logan.
Get the hell away from me.
I have to be careful because I think I can shoot you.
Yeah.
That's what he gets. I timed that perfectly.
Oh shit! I need to tweak it once.
Oh, I got aggro. Look at them perfectly dodging. Oh my god. No maidens?
Blood of fire. My lord and master Mo. Righteous tarnished. It appears that I a balm upon my soul.
Jesus. Oh, I gotta deal with Logan.
Nameless white ones.
Yeah, it's no maidens?
Come on, you're almost
Logan is so annoying.
Gotcha. We'll see. Oh, is that what's his name? Cornson?
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell? Get away from me.
That's a potentate. Ansbach seemed like he giving Logan the work. Oh fuck, watch out.
Oh fuck.
Ancient. Oh no, it's him. Oh my god, why do we have all the annoying NPCs?
That's it.
Watch out, I'm casting an AoE.
Me too. Oh
Damn, I
my
hit you.
goodness.
I did so much damage to you. This is actually like what I envisioned Elden Ring PvP as.
Yeah. So many fucking people.
Oh yeah, Dragon Man is dead.
Oh my god, this fucking greater potentate is pissing me off because I can't touch him.
Got him.
Thank you. So
I had to be
annoying.
careful, I didn't want to shoot you.
Oh my god. Bye, Dirty Dan. Fuck you.
The homies prevail.
Yep. Not a single death.
God, Logan was pissing me off. He kept
I
perfectly
know.
dodging everything.
Everything.
Fucking Wolverine wannabe, get the fuck out of here.
Why is she sitting there?
That's Freya. Wow, you guys all had junk? Oh fucking man. I forgot she had the Val head. Point downwards at you.
Yeah, I can see. I remember Desert P getting pissed off at the Radon boss fight. I can hear him, but I didn't know to what extent. God damn, he got really pissed. Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, do you see the just
Yeah,
dead letter?
that's hilarious.
The fucking Val head. Righteous tarnish. Hello, Hotspot.
Righteous tarnished. That now I suppose in truth. Oh, well, you need him. It was you. Fear not. His eminence, besides, righteous tarnished. I swear. Right, I swear.
Oh, I guess you asked about
Mo.
yeah. Righteous tarnish. I hope it's actually Radon in here.
I mean, he's only got a few places left to spawn.
I mean, let's look at the map. We didn't. I mean, there's like only a few Ks we didn't do. Like, he has to be somewhere. I just started.
Let me change my spells around that. Oh, actually, not really. I'm fine with the spells. Oh no, no. Let me put on.
Oh, no.
Spell.
What is this one? Dude. Gradually restoring a large. Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's better. May need
okay.
water before I do this fight.
Yeah.
Because I'm already feeling parched.
I just started. Ugh.
Stomach ache, pissing me off.
Oh.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, bet.
Is that don't need to happen now? It's crazy how sensitive I am to alcohol. Not in the like, oh, I'm getting drunk way, but like, this is hurting way.
Damn.
Alright, I'm ready. Did you want to do this, or did you want to do something? The other bosses first.
Up to you.
You can just sit here and do this.
Alright. Do we have the smithing talisman? I think we do, right?
I think so.
Why would I get it from the remembrance then? What?
Oh yeah, let's check the remembrances.
Yeah, I'm checking them right now. A lot of decent stuff. me see. Do we have this talisman? I feel like we do. Oh, we don't actually.
The hell? What the fuck? Oh.
Because I touched Grace. You're so throw. Usable. Wow. The Black Blade Remembrance has 2 like throwing related things. That's stupid. Yes, it has a throwing related Ash of War and then a throwing weapon.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, the smithing talisman is on the line.
Yeah. What else could I upgrade? Guess that's really about it I can do. All right, I'm good.
Oh. Spawn again. It's okay, you can sit this one, my friend. Or I'm curious to see what happens.
Even throw the other ones? Sure.
My loyal blade and champion of the festival. Both your deeds will ever be praised in song.
I love how they
Now,
literally made Radon do the
vow
thing
will
from
be
the trailer.
honored,
Yeah.
and my lord brother's soul will return. So that he may be my consort.
Anime. That's cool that you can see the sword sparking gravity magic. Alright, who's it actually?
Oh
Well-
my god.
Oh my god, he has a lot of health.
A pleasure to see you.
And it's 2 bosses, I just realized, because the health bar thing. Let me just make quick work of him.
Moog will have his dignity.
Oh, he command grabbed him? Wow. Oh, I got staggered. Which one is this though? Is it the
think it's
first
the
one or the
first.
second one? Yeah, because it would have already done Deathlight.
Yeah. But I don't think it's the first one that we fought, because this is the second time we're fighting one of these.
Yeah, the first one we fought was the second one. Oh wow, I guess it's just gonna be this thing, huh?
Just moves
Dead.
Overkill.
Nope. No. Phase 2? Phase 2 is gonna actually be him.
It would be cool if it was. Then all I have to do is just bread and butter, bread, butter, bread, butter, bread, butter.
I stole Moog's body.
Lord brother. At long last you are returned. Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. To I, Nicola, and my promised consort, Radahn.
Oh, lame.
Why is it? I swear, every time we get like an epic final boss, it's just this fuck. And it's the one that heals.
Yep. He's trying
Alright.
so hard to not let me heal.
I'm buffing up because he's a fuck. And I'll summon a mirror just so we can have DPS. Yeah, sit your fucking ass down. Oh my god. Yeah.
Stagger one more time.
Should stagger him. Oh. One more bullet. Oh.
It's over.
Yeah, he's dead. Fuck you, you stupid ass deer. Wow, that's funny. 500,000 runes. Oh, there's an item here? Oh, it's the emote.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's how you get it. Oh, wait.
Time for Lord up?
We're skipping this.
Yeah, this cutscene's dumb. Just Mikula being a femboy.
Anyways, fanboyism over. I'm stuck, I think.
Are you stuck?
I'm a little bit stuck.
Oh no. Wait. Yeah, you just... Okay, let me touch Grace and see if that helps. Yeah, you're just stuck doing the animation.
Uh-oh.
You might have to Alt F4.
I mean, when I touch Alt F4. Yeah.
Yep. RIP.
Bada boom. Well, bugs will be bugs.
Yep. I can't even leave your party.
Oh, really?
Oh my
Will
god,
you
am
be
I
the
gonna
one
have
back?
to... Okay, there you go.
Say it like what's going on?
Alright. Ansbach and the other guy died now. Smithing Stone 7 and braided arm rats and a golden rune 10. That's what they gave.
Huh.
500,000 runes and I can only level up once.
Let's move back over here. Alright. I open the world back up. Where are their bodies again? Outside or inside the thing? Oh, I see.
Side. Oh, it's the DLC done.
Yeah. Cool.
Lord, brother. Oh.
Yeah, if I didn't lose my shit early, I would have enough to level up twice, but oh well.
Same.
Alright. Well, clap for us. And now we go back to the lands between. Capital of Ash.
Ashen one.
And we beat this damn DLC. It has been 4 hours and 49 minutes.
Wait, where's the Grace? There it is.
Like bottom right.
I swear, I'm about to fucking look up where Radon is just lurking.
Mm. Okay, good. I did unmute.
Oh yeah, true.
I did unmute this whole time. He actually unmuted. After muting, he forgot. He remembered to unmute. I love their battle here. Bling. I don't think these bosses are gonna give us any trouble.
No.
Although I really don't know what they could be.
The biggest hater.
Yeah.
Where is he? Oh, right.
And it's just something huge for no reason. Oh, so that's
Come. Oh,
You're not supposed to be here. I mean, you are, but like right now. I didn't catch him.
no, he fucking did a Crucible Knight move. I'm getting hit by that, yep.
Damn.
Not too early.
Go! Did you kill him or did I kill him?
I killed them.
Cannot become a lord.
Oh,
Not even you.
Not even you. I'm the biggest hater. Yeah, I love how you can tell he's a hater too, because like later on in the game when you just talk to him, he's just like, you, what is it?
yeah. You.
Like,
Yeah,
okay,
who should I kill
dickhead.
next?
I hate this room specifically from when we did Foggate, Rando. Fucking each corner of the
Why
room
would
is
they
a
do that?
different word.
Why would they do that? That's stupid.
Like, oh my god.
Like, legitimately, both in and out had different ways in. Why?
All the dead Enyas for whatever reason.
Yeah. Juvenile Scholar Cat, that's funny. Jojo.
True. Jojo and Harry Potter hat. It's in my bones. Damn, we're almost level 200. Well, at least me. I know you're probably like 201 or something.
206.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, who is it? Whose stuff is it? Oh, okay.
Well,
okay.
this can either be very easy or very annoying.
Oh, Nefeli's here. For some reason.
Oh, it's because we did her quests, that's why.
Nice. That's nice.
Time for Hulk Hogan cutscene, but nope.
What's this twinkly music?
Right? What boss is this?
Oh, this is Nile.
No, I mean the music.
Lemonis.
Oh, maybe. Okay, we'll deal with the Banished Knights because they're annoying. There we go. How's he not staggered? What the fuck?
I can spin too.
Dude, just stagger, damn.
With how much shit we hit him with. Why don't you turn it on?
Oh, it's because I never put back on my stagger thing on my pod. So I have Twiggy on it. Oh, like speaking of her.
Oh, her sister, anyways.
Yeah. Who's she throwing it at? Yep.
Nefeli, why are you running
slow
towards me?
moon. Oh, she got hit by it. She's dumb. I staggered her out of that. What do you mean, game? This scream. It sounds so wrong.
Thy strength.
Yeah.
Shut up, old man.
Shut up.
Thy strength fits a crowd. Damn, my faith in int are equal.
Mine are almost there.
My faith is at 32 and my int is at 31.
Nice.
Time for flashbang after you level up. You should have seen my status bar. Like, I had so many fucking buffs active.
Nice. 50 intelligence and 55 faith. Now, let us begin. Coming with Nefeli? Thanks.
Nope, sorry, the invisible barrier doesn't let her.
The sham.
Ah, the bright lights. God, that's great.
Oh, really?
Really? We're doing this again, huh?
Okay. They just can't spawn anywhere else.
Yeah, I'll get him off of you. Uh-huh.
What the hell? Did you take no damage?
He brushed it off. Dodge this.
Dodge this. The next one is spawned. Been taking forever.
Damn. Good chunk of health.
Yep.
Drink some magic. Go. Time for all of them now.
Oh. Damn you.
Ooh.
That. Two on you.
Yeah. Dodge this. Oh, you fucking bitch. Jesus, Rancor fucking tracks, man.
Oh my
Damn.
god. Get out of here with the dual axes, dude. Did I hit him with anything? Goodbye. Alright. Hang on a second. I'm so far away. Oh my god, Roy. Hang on a second. I'm almost there. We were literally from the opposite ends of the arena from each other.
Sit the fuck down.
And 4 heals left.
Damn. Yeah, I was trying to prevent them from ganking you. They had you at 1 hit.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Finally.
Hello, friend. Do not insta-kill me. Oh, Mira, I'm gonna need you. Oh my,
Yep.
that covers the whole
Yeah.
arena. There you go.
I'm gonna need Mira too. I can't summon the Mimic.
Watch out.
I'm dead. I can't.
Oh my god.
Oh
There you go, I
my
staggered
Lord,
him.
thank you. I have no more heals. Okay. I even put the damn heal on. Shit.
Oh fuck, he's doing this attack? God. I staggered him
Let me hit him
again?
with this. I'm trying to at least. I'm dead.
Oh shit.
Yeesh, that's loud. He runs so far away. It's so far away from that. He's coming for you now.
Oh fuck.
Oh, well. I'm trying.
No, I learned something interesting about that attack.
I still don't know how you can dodge that.
Jesus! I guess he got tired of me just shooting him. Ah!
Alright, well. Good attempt. Alright, time to put on the correct things now that I know.
Yeah, so his like comet attack, the way that works is he goes to your last known position. He doesn't like perfectly track you. It's just the AoE explosion is hard to dodge.
Yep. Because he hit from far away and still knocked you back.
Yep.
Very interesting.
His big AoE slash covers the whole fucking arena. Like the big circular one.
Mm-hmm.
It hit me that far away. Like, jeez. Okay, well, I mean, we got our wish, right? Like, he's there. Okay, well, he'll be going down easily. Let me just put that. Good thing I just got the holy talisman too, unless we had the better one. Oh yeah, we definitely did. Getting rid of these for that.
Give me Scarlet Rot, so I'm gonna put that on, and or should I just call it Neo?
Blue Dancer Charm is gonna get replaced with Pearl Drake. So I have more resistance. I mean, I have a Rotten Breath too, so we could rot him. But it's very hard. Stats looking like.
Maybe I should change that.
There we go. Now I have 33, I guess, percent damage negation to holy. That should help. Do these things have a range attack? No. You don't even get the full combo? That sucks. Just get the initial dash with the kick. Because these are Mira's curse blades. Oh, I forgot we got the backhands too. Literally the same thing though. Do more damage though.
Let me let a sword. I don't know. The perfume bottle is great for that fight.
Yeah, I got my flame one.
Sword of Night and Flame. I don't know.
Actually, let me put the rolling sparks back on it though. Just because he's a big target. Ooh, actually, ooh. He might actually be cooked. Cause I could use rot grease to put like the scarlet rot on the like perfume or even on my cannon.
Alright, I think I'm ready. Wait, actually, let me just... No, I'm not gonna change my equipment. Forget it. I'm not gonna change my equipment. Oh wait, but let me change my flask.
Damn though. We really gotta hold out Mira until Radon. Fuck.
Yeah. Holy Shrouding Practice will boost holy attack. Nope. Enhances attacks of spirits. And let's put on the Opaline Heart tier.
Do I want to use the magic cannon for the annoying trio fight? Nah, it doesn't really matter.
I'm gonna be using perfume for that.
Ooh, yeah, no, Radon might actually be fucked. Do rot bolts exist? Let's see, they should, right? Yes. Just made so many anyway. Oh my god, yeah. He's actually like fucked. He's gonna get hit with so much scarlet rot. And if I want to as well, I could also go with blood loss and fuck him up with that. Damn. Let me put the repeating crossbow on. Alright. Why do we have the annoying trio though before him?
I don't know. This is too much.
It's so bright.
Always in this fight season. We're always in this fight. Alright, no damage so far.
He got a lucky hit off. Hold on. Boom. Got one.
This guy does not let up. Be careful with him.
Yeah. I got it. Fuck. Oh my god.
Right?
Fuck. Somehow I unequipped my flask. Okay, I got it now. I know something was wrong when I was like, where was it? Okay. Alright, I'm good now.
Oh. So he can't something in his lucky hits. Step over here. Enough.
Okay.
Oh, I did all we could.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die. Oh god.
I hit him, so he's aggroed on me.
Oh, thank you.
What? And then he did the switcheroo. Alright, I got a buffer. I can't right now. Alright.
He's going after me.
Thank you. Jesus, what does I hit so far? Alright.
Whoa.
Oh, he's coming after me now.
I have to put this down.
Woo!
I have to
That
just
was
sit
fun.
here. Let me see if I can count. Damn,
Oh, he's trying to do the grab too?
Yes.
I dodge game? Okay. I might be dead. Yep.
Oh, let's
Wow.
go. Oh my god.
He did all the spam. He wanted me out the game.
Yeah.
Damn.
I'll get on there.
Oh, she's dead.
Oh, come on. I dodged that so late, too.
What?
It's gonna be a problem.
Damn it. He really, like, hit me with everything that I couldn't dodge.
The first phase is draining my flask too much.
Hmm.
I might have to summon my mimic instead of Mira.
The first phase, the only problem is the fucking axe guy.
Yeah. There's too much damage. I have to heal it off.
Wait, let me eat this quesadilla my mom made. Yeah, she was
At
hungry.
12:55.
Yep. He does
Dang.
that.
Well, I just had crackers, so.
I need something to kill those assholes fat. I guess I could spam.
The perfume really works for some of them, and then I don't know why the axe guy just isn't affected by most of these perfume attacks, but he just isn't.
He's not only not affected by that, but I was hitting him with ballista bolts, and he was just shrugging it off.
Yeah, something's off. His poise is ridiculous. I might have to get some stagger material out for him.
I could either go with the repeating crossbow, or I could pull out the shotgun crossbow and try and like catch him in a roll.
Or we can do the Crusade insignia.
The Crusade insignia?
Yeah.
Which one is that?
Raise attack power after defeating an enemy. Or we can do the Rotten Wing Sword insignia. Greatly raises attack power with successive attacks. I assume that works well with the... What's it called? With the
Perfume?
Yeah.
I think it's bugged still. I'm not sure if they fixed it, but I know it was bugged and it didn't proc with it.
Raises
There's
potency
also
of arts employing perfume.
Yeah, I was gonna say the perfume talisman works. Alright, I'm done. I just gotta wash my hands. Oil. Alright, 1 second.
Oh no. Oh god. Is this gonna be okay? I have to use the bathroom too. I'll be right back.
That was annoying. I'm back. Oh. Action for them. Why do they have the arrows separate? Oh, oh.
Nice. I'm back.
Welcome back.
It's perfectly in frame.
Actually, you know what? This could work. Yeah.
Before the three of them spawn in, I'm
thing.
gonna try to spawn rotten butterflies and conquer them and see what happens.
Alright.
But
Oh. You definitely do more damage than me.
I did?
Yeah.
Huh.
It's because your faith is so high.
Wait, magic downpour.
Yeah.
Oh, one sparks. Stop casting that shit.
Yeah, literally, like.
Hang on a second. Let me just take some time to cast my herb.
Ooh, that was a unique backstab animation. Okay.
No, they all blew up too early. He's just done.
Oh, he used Endure, that's why.
Okay.
Whoa! Why does that hit so hard?
This guy is rotted. The other guy isn't rotted, so we should focus our attacks on that guy.
Or he's gonna just spam this.
Yep, because he knows he's gonna die.
Wow!
Go, give it some time. I'm gonna spam this for a second. Come this way.
Damn.
Alright, I'm gonna skip. Fuck, I skipped a minute.
Wow.
At least got it off. What?
What the fuck? That hit so far. Whoa, the switch up.
Why did you switch to me?
Gosh.
Ooh, that was stupid.
I'm summoning my mirror.
I should be wise and do the but this wing is so big. Damn it.
I put blood loss in my bolts.
Thanks. Oh, we're all here. Let's try it, Mark. I wouldn't catch you. I can only get him confirmed.
I guess that makes sense because of Nicola. Oh, he's doing this shit. I don't know who
No
he's
location.
going after.
Let's just.
Me, I think. No?
Oh shit! I dodged perfectly without even seeing him.
Nice.
Let's go.
Oh, we got this. He's fucked. Oh, he dodged that? Fuck. He's dead.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yay! The real fun boy. Woo!
And we did it.
We did it after refining the strategy. It only took us 3 times, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Alright, and we get the Ronnie ending as a bonus. And I get my 4995 runes back. That's excellent. Oh, sorry. I didn't think it would cause that to happen immediately.
It's fine. I was gonna do it anyway.
Okay.
Did they get the
For once
voice?
we got... Yeah, I touched it.
Okay.
For once we got Ronnie and we
Yeah.
rarely get this.
The battle is over, I see.
It was hard fought.
That's the one.
5
It's
hours
funny. I
and
put blood loss, but I think it doesn't I think like the greases are finicky with the mod. I think certain things I can use, but other things I can't.
Mm.
Off her head.
A 10-pound head.
Yeah.
I do solemnly swear
That Elden Ring
to every
Nightwing
living
won't suck.
being and every living soul. Now cometh the age of the stars,
Wonder how much you're gonna
a
charge for
1,000-year voyage
a
under the
glorified
wisdom of the
DLC.
moon.
Mm-hmm.
Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond.
Because if it launches as a $70
Into
game,
fear,
I'll probably wait till it goes
doubt,
on sale.
And loneliness,
Mm.
as the path stretcheth into darkness.
Femboy win. Huh.
Well then, shall we?
I wonder how like Night Rain will it like if it has like permanent upgrades, how will it handle it? And will there be like a hub or something?
My fair consort eternal.
I don't know. I'm really curious.
Cause if it's just like, oh yeah, it's just basic roguelike where you know each run is different and that's it, but there's no like progress towards like permanently unlocking things, and that's kind of boring.
Mm. Yeah, but I mean, it's a Dark Souls game, so I really don't know. Also, wow, you are really red and I am really blue.
Yeah, we're Val and O2.
Yep.
Yay, we did it.
You
And I just realized it didn't warp us
Yeah,
under the map.
that's what I was saying nice earlier. I was like, yes. But you have that
Oh,
same.
I can do a different ending too. Huh?
Yeah, me too. It says touch fractured America. Ronnie's is gone, but there's no cuts and there's no sound effects.
Yeah, Ronnie's
We're just
is
stuck.
here for me, but I can't touch it.
Mm. We can't teleport out either. I'm just have to kind of die. Can't though.
Yeah.
Oh well.
What if you just? Oh, I can warp.
Oh, you can warp?
Yeah, I warped back into here.
Oh,
Oh, I think it's gonna warp me under the map. No, it took me to the table of lost grace.
interesting. Oh well. Oh, that's the
Oh,
game.
yay! We beat the seed
And
before
we
the
got
new
what we
year.
wanted at the end. Yeah, that's true. We did what we want. That was our resolution. Now to do another 10 in the new
Yes,
year. We're not gonna do 10, so good
we'll
lord.
probably do like 4.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe one with Val.
Maybe. This was our 10th month, right though? Or was this
Yeah,
yeah, it's our 10th. Man.
actually 11th, right?
This is
Because
our 11th.
XI.
I thought this is it XI or is it IX? I thought it was IX, which is 9.
Oh fuck! I might have fucked it up then.
Oh no, it's XI, it's 11, yeah.
Yeah.
What? Oh man, I didn't realize we were on 11.
Yep.
Wow. Oh, I mean, we did just about 4 every year.
Yeah. We'll do another 4 until Night Rain.
That's if that game comes out
Yeah.
late. Alright, I'm just gonna have to alt F4 because I can't.
You can't even get out? Damn.
Yeah. Oh,
Rip. What if I leave the room?
no, that won't work.
Let me see. Oh. GG.
GG. Question mark, question mark, question mark has left? Aww.
Hey!
Yeah, it won't help. Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Oh,
He did it.
we did do it. Actually, there's only one thing left.
The company of Leapers.
Yeah. I want to at least play it before the stuff goes away.
Is it like only until New Year's, or is it just whenever Zeekers decides to update the game to remove it?
Always the latter. Always the latter.
Now we watch Kate struggle with Vanitas.
Mm-hmm. That'll be so much fun.
What, Vanitas? Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be so much fun to watch.
I'm gonna end my stream. on this black screen.